Walking hand in hand on the ocean floor, down deep we wander. Louder we sing, no there is no cure in this together. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. Everything about you is so unreal. It won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. See you. Hearts and letters carved into the shore. We'll never grow old. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. But everything about you is so unreal. It won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. I'm gonna show you the tricks that I know. I'm getting tired of talking, and I need more of a show right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now. You got me on tonight, 'cause loving you is like I'm walking a tightrope so high. I won't be turning around. No, I won't be turning around. It's the right time. I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I will win tonight. I think I'll do it on my way. I'm gonna show you what I'm going through. Get you out of your comfort zone. 'Cause I need more of the truth right now. It's time that you made your mind up. 'Cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now.
Yeah, I mean, so all I'm saying is the dude offered 1,500 gold for Volred's corpse. So
I mean,
We could just make a whole lot of beef jerky in the shape of Volred, and they'd never know.
I mean, that would be an easy thing to fix. I'm just saying. You can give him the corpse and then resurrect him, and then at the end of the day, there's nothing else there.
yeah, but I'm just throwing it out there because if you guys get to it and you get the bill for the resurrection and you guys are like, ooh, not gonna happen, then you have an option B.
What an IOU is for, and run.
That's your Ruka, dude. Watch it.
I mean, Arthur could just prostitute himself. Like, he could learn. He could walk around and teach people about druid and monk things. You know.
Okay. Oh, Jace, please tell me we're on the air right now.
Happy 1 year anniversary!
Happy 1 year anniversary! Oh, thank God this horror is done. Okay.
Oh.
Hey guys. Welcome back to our Tuesday Justin. You know what? You guys are trampling all over the intro.
Pardon us.
You are pardoned. Hey guys, welcome to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons. We are here, little with a skeleton crew. Some figuratively, some literally. Although I guess Volred's not quite a skeleton yet. So if you were here last week for chapter 43, you would know that there was a battle that ensued as Volred, disguised as Kaamir the Unliving, reached into the final ritual chambers in an attempt to perhaps take care of this mistress that Kaamir referred to. Revealing that this young woman is actually a necromancer in attempting to finalize some manner of ritual with an object of profane prominence. That did not go so well, because Volred decided it was a good idea to attempt to assassinate her, and she had multiple Kalums of hit points. So battle ensued. Volred was quickly killed before his party could intervene and save him. But nonetheless, they got the job done and then set about the task of figuring out how to bring Volred back. Gander, unfortunately, that was the last straw for him. He was outie and was like, fuck the establishment. You know what? No. I think he was more like, yay, establishment, fuck adventurers. I'm going to go get a desk job.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And
That's very accurate.
And so he wussed out. For now, anyway. So Calum made contact with Lady Sabile, a former Ruka and trainer of his, who he knows dabbles in the art of necromancy. Very brief conversation ensued where Sabile said, I have some skills, I could probably help you, and then entreated the party to travel to the nearby island, is Ilmarin? That's what I get for not actually having it open.
Ilmarin?
But, Ilmarin. To the nearby island. I know. Well, that's the problem with having an archipelago. There's so many names for, like, everything that I can't keep them all straight in my head. Anyway, to the nearby island of Ilmarin, on the eastern edge of the kingdom, where she resides. So, the party, with Arthur's help, was able to locate a boat that was willing to make a slight detour to the area. And you guys began your 3-day trek over the seas, and have arrived towards the late afternoon in the small village of Augaburn. As you guys now, starting this week, I guess, with chapter 44, you guys have arrived. Upon disembarking, you guys were given some papers, managed to make it through the Census and Excise office, and you guys are basically sitting in the middle of this waterfront, surrounded by heavily drunk sailors and residents of the village, with basically a wrapped up body and some animals.
Just as a heads up, I did learn 2 spells during this travel time from the scrolls that I got previously.
Can't be mad. You built the character to do this.
No, it's something else.
Yeah, it was completely different.
No. Yeah, he keeps changing the Volred art.
Yep.
It is always in the middle of me talking. So, it is mid to late afternoon. You still got 2 or 3 hours of sunlight left, and the time is yours.
Where did we actually come into?
You're in Augerburn.
How far away is this like a transfer, or is it located here?
It's located on the island. We pretty much just have to go along the path to the Whispering Towers, which is where she's at.
That sounds lovely.
Yes, it actually is.
How far of a walk is it?
DM, I think it's like a couple days, right? Or like a day?
No.
How often?
Not even.
How often?
Okay,
if
then
we're
never
on
mind.
like 14 horses that we apparently have.
Yeah, let's see here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it looks like you guys can make it in about 4 hours.
All right.
And what time of day is it right now?
It is middle afternoon, so think like 5, 6 o'clock.
So if
Or,
we leave
I guess
now, we
closer
won't
to
be able
4.
make it until probably won't be able to make it until closer to
Nighttime.
noon.
Yeah, I mean, you guys would have to press on a little bit after. And of course, that also depends on whether or not you guys are taking the fastest route, which is the one I imagine Caleb would take you by.
Take the scenic route.
This isn't really the time for scenic routes. That would be later, after we revive our dear friend.
The scenic route back, though.
Yeah.
I don't care. So we're gonna press there tonight, or do we want to try it in the morning since we don't have that much time?
I would like to see if we can get him squared away as soon as possible.
Let's go. She's more of a night person anyway, so we're fine going.
Okay. So you're just gonna sling him over, murder and just kind of.
We could put him on kumquat.
I guess that's true. You guys do still have his horse.
Yep.
So you guys are just going to be walking down the place, and you're going to have merchant carts just kind of traveling by with just like a wrapped up body slung over the back of a horse.
Don't pay any mind to it. It's like, good morning, how are you?
Yep.
The sad part is like Caleb could tell you that
Not
wouldn't
uncommon.
that wouldn't necessarily get a
We like bring up weird conversation points like, good harvest, isn't it?
yeah. Hail and well met. Okay, so Caleb, imagine you guys are gonna go through the Oberlin route.
That is correct.
Okay. You're gonna get your producer privileges revoked at some
I don't
point.
think you could do that.
I could, but I don't want to because it would mean I would have to handle the string.
The benefits of the
Okay.
burden.
Yes. Okay, so as you guys kind of take a quick look at Augerburn in the last little bits of the evening light, you guys are kind of packing up your stuff and moving along. For those of you who have not been to Augerburn before, you essentially see two hills that are kind of close to each other, connected by short wooden bridges. Beneath the bridges and kind of sprawling out along the beach is a waterfront. The city itself is wide and airy, though relatively small. You assume 800-900 people, you would guess. One of the smaller places you guys have visited here in the islands. But the waterfront here appears to be very lively. And you do also see a single galleon out in the bay that bears the mark of the Legionnaires. So the actual council military has some presence here. And as you guys are kind of making your way along one of the only two thoroughfares that this village has, kind of passing beneath the bridges, moving along with the trade carts, you exit out one of the gates, which is just kind of a slightly dilapidated, kind of wooden palisade wall. Doesn't have much in the way of guard towers or anything. It's just basically two large wooden gates that just kind of swing open and shut. Probably pretty nice against wild animals or a small team of ruffians, but definitely would not be considered a real defense. So you guys depart the gate and begin making your way north along the Green Run before swapping off the main road into a series of hunting trails and switchbacks. Barely well kept enough for a cart. But you guys have mounts, so not a big deal. Passing over a couple bridges along several forks of the river. Within a couple hours of departing the city, your path starts to rise rather considerably as you enter in the western edge of the southern Shadow Spine Mountains. At this point, as you guys are traveling through these kind of narrow mountain roads, kind of looking at large kind of gray stone cliffs up one side and then just sheer drop off on the other. You can kind of see this road is somewhat dangerous, but easily passed though.
Ice road truckers.
Yep. Towards the evening, as the sun is starting to kind of dip, the shadows here in the mountain range grow very long to where most of the time you guys are traveling is now in shade. There are sections of this mountain that still has snow melt that hasn't fully thawed. And the temperature easily drops 15 to 20 degrees in the shade. But before too long, just as sunlight is almost completely gone off the horizon, you enter a small fort, a ragged collection of a half dozen buildings, mostly cottage size with like a barn and a storage house. And a number of tiered kind of cottage style like vegetable and herb gardens. No market or anything like that. This appears to just be perhaps a small group of families that have got together just to kind of survive here. Caleb, you know this as Oberlin Thorpe. And as you guys are kind of passing through, the people up here in the mountains kind of look at you and are kind of startled a little bit to see people passing along the mountain path, but they pay you no mind and just go back to work. Before long, you round on the western side of the mountain and you look down into this massive wooded valley beneath you. And the trail you guys are on starts to kind of do switchback and snaking, descending down. Northwest of where you guys are at, towering out of the trees, you spot what looks like 5 towers, just kind of bunched up with each other. That, and then like a section of forest around it that has been cleared. As you guys start,
See that? That's where we're going.
Well, it's creepy.
Yeah.
Well, it is a necromancer's abode.
Yeah, but even the other necromancer place that we went to had like hallucination things, right?
Well, just wait till you get closer. Your opinion might change.
Is it worse when you get closer?
Oh, it's much better. It's beautiful.
I don't really see what you're talking about here, but I mean,
It actually looks quite beautiful once you get closer.
It's in a flood zone.
dead things look beautiful to you?
No, the area is beautiful.
We're talking like creepy dead things, vines, trees that have no leaves, like gray grass and like.
Follow me, you'll see. And he leads the way.
I already questioned his
How
sense
about
of
this
fashion.
one, Caleb? Like, listen, I've listened to you about these circles and rings, and you've taught me how to like read letters. I'm still getting to the point where I can read things out loud, but like, I can read this situation, and this does not look good. This does not look good at all. Caleb, I'm worried.
You shall see.
All right, but if anything tries to like bite me or suck my blood or something like that, I'm coming after
Those are
you.
vampires.
You're gonna be the first person I haunt, Caleb. I'm just letting you know. You're gonna be the first person I haunt.
Fair.
That means he'll have a second Maelor type entity around him.
So many ghosts.
Only Malor had said something along the lines, not if I do it first. It just pops out of my body.
I mean,
Nah.
I don't have to possess Caleb. I just have to be around enough to annoy the shit out of him. Which means you too. Malor, we could be best friends.
He can teach you to read. Or finish teaching you.
No, you have to teach me to read. That's something that you said you were going to do. You hold tight to your promises. That's one thing that
And I have been.
I'll accept that as an answer. So anyway, creepy old bitch in the high tower.
I wouldn't say that to her face, but yes.
Creepy maiden in the highest of observatories.
She's
That's a big word.
not as old as you would think, either.
Is that because she does all the woo-hoo and she sucks like the life out of people and then she makes herself younger? I've
No,
heard about that. That's not how that works either?
no.
Well, how does this shit work?
Well, she's just young.
She's just young?
She's
just
only
like a
about
20
30 years
I
old.
think it's a 30-year-old. It's boring.
Oh. So she don't have, I mean, she has cool, like, mystical powers, but she don't do the whole, like, Winifred from Hocus Pocus. She don't just suck the life essence out of you and make herself younger.
Well, she can, but she doesn't.
So she's good at sucking, is what I'm hearing.
I wouldn't know.
Hey, we can find out. All right, let's go. Let's see this old creepy ass wizard.
You can go ahead and try and find out, and we'll see what happens.
Hey, wait, Caleb. I know there's like, is it witch or is it wizard? Like, what does she prefer to be called? Because I can understand pronouns, but like sometimes it gets really confusing whenever you're trying to figure out if it's a witch or a wizard or if they like being called a witch. Because some women do not like being called a witch. They like to be called wizard or wizardess. Like,
Well,
is there a thing there?
I'm actually not so sure because I've never called her a witch, but she seems like an individual who might be able to take it well.
Oh,
Go ahead and find
she's
out.
Good at she's good at sucking and taking it well. All right, sounds like we're off to a good start. Let's go.
Let's go ahead and find out. You can say it first.
It's like Bullred never died. He's right here.
Gotta carry him on. I gotta carry him on.
Just in case Bullred's haunting you guys, you know?
It's not going to be Arthur because Arthur's already saying the things that Volred would have said.
So your Volred
Okay.
voice in your ear is like, call them a bitch.
Yep. All right.
All of me know.
Caleb, as you guys begin to descend the mountain down into the forest and you catch the last bit of sight of the Whispering Towers, you descend into the forest. This section where it is thickest.
When it
The
starts to
trees...
get too dark, I'm going to cast Dancing Lights.
Okay, and just kind of go. Little orbs of light kind of start floating around the group as you go.
Well, that's new.
At this point, night has fully come, and the sounds of chirping birds and such are replaced by the sounds of frogs and insects that leave you the impression this section of the forest is quite lively.
could warn
Uh,
you. Some sounds get creepy. Don't pay it any mind.
Don't pay what any mind.
Some sounds tend to get creepy in this area of the forest, and just ignore it.
Caleb, I'm going to say that all sounds that come from this forest kind of end up being creepy. Kind of goes with the whole
Okay.
ass witch
Uh-huh.
just sitting in a tower watching over everything that practices necromancy and sucks the life out of you and all that other good stuff. Is she a part of a ring? Wait, a circle. Is she a part of a circle?
Yes, she is my Ruka. She is my teacher.
So does she have a ring?
We shall see, because I don't remember seeing one.
You don't know if she's married?
No.
You're just not really giving me the information that I need, Caleb. This is
Well, the thing is that when I'm learning from a teacher, I generally don't try and get that type of information because, A, if I piss them off too much, I get put on scut work. So I have to go do random shit that nobody else wants to do. I don't want to do that. I'm here to learn.
especially when that scut work is for a necromancer.
Yeah, because then you're digging up bones and shit.
You said scut work. That sounds like the stuff that I had to do on the boat.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, so that's not that bad. So we
It
just
could
get to
be.
have her. She could just boss me around a little bit, and then I live a lavish life with a necromancer. That sounds spot on.
I will say, having skeletal servants are very nice.
What?
You'll see. And I just walk off.
We keep doing this we'll see shit, and like it's very. Listen, and Arthur just follows.
Okay. So, you guys, I will require Constitution save from you guys
Already?
to push
we're
back
pushing past.
exhaustion.
Oh,
I'm exhausted.
forgot to take my long rest where I had all of my lucky points back, so I'm gonna go ahead and just click those off real quick. I haven't taken any health damage. Okay. All right, Constitution.
Ugh. That sucks, Caleb.
Oh, yeah, you saw mine?
Yeah.
Mine is beautiful.
I had a 19.
I got a 15.
Okay. So, Caleb, unlike the rest of you guys, is looking like he's starting to fall asleep in the saddle. Just a
I
little bit.
actually do fall out of the saddle and then have to get back up. Sorry, I'm tired.
Sir,
Thank you.
Caleb, you need to not do this. What is this? What are you doing? What is
I'm
this?
not used to riding through the night. I'm used to my beauty sleep.
But listen, if you fall a couple more times like that, you're probably going to be the next person on this little disc, because like you don't really take hits very well.
Well, the problem is that I can't really ride the disc because I don't control the disc. It just follows me.
So what we're saying is, if you're knocked out, we could put you on the disc too, and it'll just keep going as long as somebody's pulling it.
What if we put like a rope on you?
That could work, but I should be good.
Okay. About how much
That fall
further-
kind of woke me up.
Okay. How much further until we get to the castle?
Caleb would probably tell you half an hour max.
Oh, suck it up, Buttercup. We got like literally half an hour left. Come on.
I know.
Yeah.
He's still
So-
drowsy.
After about another 15 to 20 minutes, Arthur, the wind is kind of picking up a little bit, and down here in the valley, it's actually kind of nice. The wind's is cool, but it's not cold, and it's very refreshing. But you hear something just kind of underneath the sound of the wind. You hear a
Caleb, did you say something to me?
What?
Did you say something to me?
No.
Izal?
Hmm?
Did you say something?
I was just mumbling to murder.
Oh, you remember it. Okay, that's good. I'll just okay, cool. With the wind picking up, Druidcraft.
Okay. You summon the little orb of meteorological divination. It appears you see sections of like on the boundary of the orb. You see rain and wind, but in the center of the orb, you see relatively calm, light rain. Pretty nice. You get the sense that like the weather in the valley is going to be reasonably pleasant, but the weather outside of the valley will not be.
Oh, I've never seen this before.
Question for DM. Would that
Yeah.
be because of Sybil, or would that be because of the valley?
That would be because of the valley.
Okay.
The shadow spine has a habit of sapping energy out of a lot of storms that are common this time of year. So most of what you get in the valley is just kind of fog or light rain. Sometimes the storms do pass in, but it's usually not that big a deal.
This place sounds awesome.
Have you ever seen that, Izal? Like, look, it's like raining, but like the clouds and stuff on the outside are moving pretty fast, but it's like just slightly wet in the middle.
Looks like there's a glitch in your ball.
A glitch? No, there's no glitch.
Well, it looks weird. Although weather here is weird to me no matter what. So, but that's really weird.
No, that's more likely due to the fact that inside the valley, any storms on the outside just have a hard time getting into the valley.
Any of
They
like
generally
all the
die
really
off
hard-
before they get in.
all the creepy weather doesn't quite affect it here.
It can if it's particularly strong, but even then, it's going to be much less effective.
Wait, why is it less effective here?
It's just the valley. It's
So
the
this
way
is
it
where-
works here.
This is where things come to die.
Yeah.
Like even storms.
Which is saying something because the rift is really not that far from where you guys are at.
I like it here now.
You like it here?
Yeah, no acid rain, no fire rain, no
To
horrible
be fair,
weather.
you haven't experienced the fire rain yet.
The fire, hail, you know all
I
that.
wouldn't recommend it.
It
Right,
doesn't have anything
Izal?
about it.
You and Arthur, as the wind picks up, you guys both hear.
Meg, did you hear that? No? Okay.
Was that you this time, Arthur?
No, I didn't do nothing. I didn't say nothing. Caleb?
I didn't say nothing. I told you the wind makes creepy noises around here.
But why does the wind make creepy noises? Why can't it just be like a tree or something make some creepy ass noises? It has to be the wind. I
Yeah.
can fight a tree. I can't fight the wind.
You can find a tree.
I mean, anybody can fight
They
a
can
tree.
fight a tree. They don't put up much of a fight.
Yeah, I don't really
Their-
want to
Their
fight a
bark's
tree.
stronger than their bite.
I will
As
say,
the three of you are carrying on this conversation, all three of you, with the air being dead still, start hearing as whispering from all around you.
Caleb.
All right, Izal, with your dark vision, you see kind of about 20 feet off to the side, and then about another 15 feet off to this way, this kind of really dark smoke start roil up out of the ground. And then as it starts building a little bit in height, you see it slowly start to materialize in some sort of skeletal figure until the eyes pop out, and even both Caleb and Arthur can see these very vibrant, like lilac pink orbs of light just piercing.
Your
And
friend's
then-
got friends in the forest or security? Caleb?
And then looking
Oh,
around,
it's her. She can see
one
us.
pairs, two pairs, 6 pairs, 12 pairs of eyes. Slowly but surely, these sets of eyes just start blinking in all around you.
What?
Don't
Why?
Are you
don't
sure?
do anything. Don't do anything rash.
Don't do anything rash.
Reckless?
Don't do anything reckless. Yes, that's the easier word to.
Caleb,
I don't think you've seen me fight before.
listen.
Reckless is my middle name.
This is a weird place for me to be in.
This is her perimeter. Let's keep going.
Should we go faster?
No,
What if these
Why not?
aren't hers?
they are.
Okay,
Okay,
so
well
just
they
keep
kill
going.
us, then I'm gonna make sure you die first.
Is this like the mushroom thing, the mushroom place, where we saw those mushrooms and they were looking at us and staring at us for a while, and then when we got to a certain spot, they tried to attack us?
The mic
Is that what's gonna happen?
No, this is more to scare off people who don't know who's in here.
Did you
This
like
is
get
to
a
ward
password
off
or
actual
something?
attacks. No,
All right, I'm gonna
she
keep
can
going.
see generally who comes into her forest, so she knows we are here.
But Caleb, I'm just letting you know, this is that non-erosion shit that people be doing. Uh, my mom and dad probably would have left by now. We would have got like the first whisper and been like, ah, hell no, I ain't doing this shit. I don't want to be around these people because that's how people die.
That's why there's no attacks here, because nobody is willing to keep pushing forward
Okay,
unless you know who's here.
I will hunt the shit out of you if I die here. All right,
You wouldn't have to. You'd be resurrected.
come on, Meg.
So, you guys slowly start to trot forward again. The eyes stay trained on you and start kind of moving with your group, but keep their distance. Every once in a while, as the wind picks up, you guys can still occasionally hear the.
Right.
And then, as you guys kind of travel, a section of the trees before you starts to part just a little bit, and you see 5 stone pillars just kind of shooting up from out of the ground. The 5 towers that you guys had seen previously. They're oriented in kind of roughly equal spacing, almost kind of like a pentagram, and then connected via a 10-foot tall cobblestone wall that is partially collapsing in some places. You can see light coming up from the central courtyard, and from what you can tell, it looks like there's large sheets of cloth that kind of cover off, and you can kind of hear those flap in the wind. You also hear the sounds of wind chimes. Some appear or here to be made of like bone or perhaps wood and metal. All in all, pretty nice. Before you, though, the path comes and then makes kind of a teardrop turnaround, and in front of it is a kind of large, heavily aged, reinforced wooden door.
Do we knock?
Yes, we do.
Alright, I'll go up there. Come on, murder, help
Okay.
with the knocking.
Okay.
Murder goes up and
Yeah.
All right. Takes a few minutes, but you can hear the squishing sound of like people walking on a gravel path approach you. You hear kind of the shuffling of supports, and then the door kind of creaks open inward. And you see a young woman, maybe 14 years of age with these kind of like long, dark hair that's kind of in a loose braid. She wears a very simple, like novice wizard's outfit and kind of looks through. Oh, Master Calum. Um, yes, the mistress said you'd be here. She's in the great room.
Thank you very much. You ready to go in?
No.
Well, let's keep going.
Why would you ask the question and then I give you the answer and then you just not listen to the answer anyway?
Because regardless, we're both going to do this, whether we want to or not.
I say hi to the little girl. Like, hi. I'm Izal.
Hello. Hi.
How have you been since since I was last year?
Oh, pretty good. I think I'm getting ready to finish up my training here. I think Mistress Sibyl said I'll be going to Master Warren next.
Very nice. I think you'll highly enjoy that.
I'm told he's pretty weird.
Yes, and that is often quite fun to be around.
How long have you been here?
I should be finishing up 2 years.
You've been here 2 years and you're worried about weird?
Well, Mr. Sibyl is, odd, but she defies convention.
And she is a wonderful teacher.
Oh, yeah. Arthur walks up to this trainee, whoever, and he like grabs their hand and like pretends like he's gonna shake their hand and just goes, I know this is a cult. If you need help, just wink really hard. Like just one really good one and we'll get you out of here.
And she's just kind of giving you this look like, anyway, I'm gonna get back to my chores.
Nice to
Will
see
you be staying for a while, Mr. Caleb?
We are unsure. We will be talking to Mistress Seville to see what needs to be done. We are here to see if we can revive a friend of ours.
Oh, sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Anyway, you guys are kind of ushered through. Murder just kind of like barely fits. Like he's all kind of has to get off of her and kind of push her through the door because she takes up like the whole thing. But as you guys kind of get in, you see this very large inner garden. It is filled with all kinds of herbs and plants and small trees in a variety of colors. Well lit by a number of braziers that line the paths. You also see the cloth that you had seen earlier are these kind of wind sunshades that cover most of the exterior and are available in an staggering array of colors and patterns. This whole area kind of has like a bit of an arboretum type feel that you definitely did not expect. And the necromancy chic decorations are at an absolute minimum here, it seems. The young woman gestures over to a stable that's located just kind of off to your right. And you look over to the largest of the towers, one of the shorter ones as far as height, but in actual diameter, one of the largest ones. That seems to be open, and you hear a lot of noise coming out from there. So you assume that's the great room to which she referred.
I'll make our way there and see what we find out.
Okay. So as you guys kind of ascend a small kind of wooden staircase that has like this patio porch out in front of it with chairs and tables. You pass in through these large double doors into this. It's about the size of like a small tavern tap room. It looks as though it could house a dozen and a half or so people, 2 dozen if you really needed to pack it in there. But it's just kind of this large open area with several trestle tables that, from what you can tell, have about 7 or 8 students currently arranged in different formations, eating some dinner. Off to your right, you see a raised section of the flooring that looks to be some kind of a small stage or dais. On the left-hand side, you see a couple of things that look like storage rooms and a makeshift kitchen. There you find 3 adults present. 2 of which appear to be like in their late teens, early 20s, and wear slightly nicer garb. Upon kind of just doing a quick reflection, you guys actually recognize one of them. A very fair-skinned, silver-haired, very kind of emaciated looking human that you guys remember to be Ruin, the abjurist that you guys had spent some time with in Houselet all those many long times ago.
Like 3 months ago?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's only been about a month of game time.
Then yes.
How long has it been, Isol? Or I guess Jace.
Well, probably longer than a month, since our travel times have been multiple times of 5-day treks.
Well, I just have it currently at Frost Rule 58. So, and I think you guys started like at the start of winter. So I guess maybe 2 months max. Somewhere between 1 and 2 months.
Point is, he's not dead.
Right.
Yes, the point is he's not dead. And he's over there along with another young man who seemed to be kind of scooping out food and putting them in bowls to kind of give out to kids. The other person present is a Rojan woman who stands about like 6'2" and wears these kind of overflowing multicolor robes, and the hair is kind of white and black, kind of pulled back and braided. You also see her wearing a number of facial jewelry, piercings of multiple kinds. Also looks as though she has some tattoos, and is in the process of kind of helping. And she kind of glances over, sees your group, kind of gives you a quick wave, and then gestures towards open spot at the table.
And we'll go and sit down.
Caleb,
Yes.
you said it was nice in here. I'm not really getting nice right now. I'm getting laboratory. I'm getting sacred ground. I'm getting if I touch something, my hand's gonna fall off. I'm getting parasite. Where's the nice stuff that's supposed to be in here?
I guess it's the light that you're painting it, because what you would normally think of when you were going into a necromancer's lair or abode, this is not like it.
Yeah, prisons, sacrificial chambers, blood altars.
We just came from a necromancer's abode, and they at least had black flame candles and pillars that you could, listen,
This feels like an
Uh,
orphanage.
I,
Like a bad orphanage.
A nicer orphanage.
It's got a creepy orphanage feel to it. That's why I'm going to the bad side.
Well, orphanages are typically creepy. It's all the sorrow.
So if you
and
took like the
sadness.
best parts of a necromancer's lair and the best parts of an orphanage and put them together, you make this creepy place.
yeah. So Kim, there's only like 3 lights in here right now, so I don't know what light I'm painting it in. But yeah, this is still creepy, just as creepy as inside.
Okay. I guess it'll always be creepy to you.
Yeah.
You should learn to look more before you judge.
Well, Caleb, I did look. You told me to wait until we got into the castle to judge, and it would be nice. And I waited until we got into the castle
But
to say that it's still creepy,
what about this is bad?
dark, dingy,
Yeah,
gray colors.
it's in the middle of the night.
You also have servants that are sitting here mucking up stuff out of the. Listen, it's not.
I'm gonna get in line behind all the orphans.
Because you fit in size quality.
Hey, there's food here.
You get in line, and then as you go, Ruin is the one to serve you. He's kind of has this bowl. He's kind of filling it with this kind of like pork tenderloin stew with like vegetables and stuff. You see him slide in a few slices of bacon and then some bread, and kind of slides that over to you. Like, hello, friend. Seems like you're still alive.
Same
Seems
to
like
you.
you managed. Yeah, of course. Also seems
Wait.
like you managed to keep my old friend Caleb alive too.
Ruben was the one on the boat.
Yeah.
Yep.
Caleb kind of stays alive by not being in bad positions.
Yeah, not very adventurous sort, but well. Anyway, welcome. Is that going to be enough, or do you need something else?
I'm good.
All right,
A
and
whole
then
bunch of ADAC meat if you wanted.
oh well, maybe. We've got the food here for tonight, but maybe something for tomorrow. Just make sure you save some room. We have some cobbler for dessert.
Oh, I mean, who
Zal!
What?
Zal, you found the cargo.
What?
You found the cargo. It was the. Were you not? You were on the boat with
I
us,
wasn't
right?
talking about the cargo.
No, Ruin.
He wasn't the cargo. He's on the top of the ship.
He paid for transportation to secure a spot on a boat to get from one place to the other. He's cargo.
Well, I didn't see him at the bottom of the boat where I was at.
Yeah, he paid a little extra for a nicer quarter.
Yeah, and I still got attacked.
You did, and you killed a lot of stuff. You killed a lot of stuff. I was very, very happy with that. I wish you would have done that in the beginning, but you killed a lot of stuff, and that's all that matters.
I still performed better than you did.
Oh,
Hey,
slide down.
I did get knocked out. I'm not used to Sawagans as much, but I will allow you to do that. I was congratulating you. I don't know why you had to turn on me and do that weird mean stuff when I was literally saying I wish you would have done it faster. But you know what? That's fine. That's fine. I'm in your place now.
Hi. Well, technically this is Mr. Sabile's place, but you want food?
No.
I say hi to the other gentleman the other robed figure next to him. Hi, I'm Izal. Partner with Caleb? I don't know. Like a group? It's a group thing.
Yeah, we're DBA S&M.
I will come up behind and I will grab some food as well.
Okay. Nice
Hey,
big
Rude.
pot of vegetable, pork, tenderloin, stew, assorted vegetables.
Do y'all have any vegan options? I'm trying to cut back on my meat.
We have some assorted fruits and vegetables if you want to do that.
Are they grown locally?
Well, yes, of course.
Like, how local?
Um, here in the garden,
Some cursed
Wait,
fruit.
you have greenery here?
it's a garden. We live half a day's ride from town. It's not like we're going to travel a full day to go buy groceries and back.
I mean, it just doesn't seem like it fits your. What's the word, Caleb? It starts with an A. I know it starts with an A.
Aesthetic.
Ambiance.
Aesthetic. Aesthetic. It doesn't seem to fit your aesthetic.
They have a visual for necromancers, and they are stuck on that visual.
Oh, well,
Do not have a visual for necromancers.
I mean, I suppose if you spent some time as an adventurer, this place is nothing special, but considering it's out in the middle of nowhere, it is at least as nice as many inns you'll find in most towns.
I keep telling him to not judge, but he keeps on finding things to judge.
I mean, I got looked at with eyeballs halfway up here, and there's all these voices in the wind. It's creepy. It's creepy.
Yeah,
I'm allowed to be creeped out.
Oh, well, yeah, that is true.
Those are the defenses.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of interesting. Most people who aren't familiar with the Whispering Towers, they get it's kind of surprising when they first see it.
Like, Caleb, who the fuck has whispering towers? Like, who does that?
There are
What?
children present.
Oh, who the fudge has whispering towers? Like, that's not a normal thing, Caleb.
You hear some children snickering in the corner of the room. And as you
The
guys
bill
are
does,
having this
obviously.
argument, the Rojan woman who's in the process of like moving
And
over
I
some
point to
Costco-
her.
Yeah,
I
she
was
kind of
working
just
my way
kind
over
of
there to introduce myself.
you're standing like 10 feet from her. She's just kind of glancing over, taking in the conversation. So,
Hi.
you have an issue with my home, do you?
I look at Arthur.
That's her?
Do you?
I didn't know she was another chocolate chip in the cookie. You didn't tell me this. That's not fair.
You didn't ask.
We were going here. This is your teacher. You should have known to tell me. Anyway, hi. Yes, I'm not gonna lie to you. I've met a lot of gods recently, and I feel like lying is not gonna get me anywhere in this world or in this life. It's relatively creepy. It's creepy. The eyes staring at you, the whispering voices, the gate, the whole little like ambiance thing you got going on. That's what you said, right?
Yeah.
It's all ambiance. I don't know if that means what it's supposed to mean, but I'm going to take it as that's what it is. It's creepy, dark,
Spooky.
evil-ish.
I suppose I can understand that. I will say, firstly, you did approach the towers at night, so I could understand. Secondly, I would say you should be very careful. If you continue to badmouth me, you might meet another god while you are here. Her name is Morgren.
Morgan.
That's a dead one.
Oh, is that one of the 5 ones that you disrespected and pushed over the tower on?
No.
No.
Oh, okay. Anyway, I have a question.
He's being polite because there's kids here.
I see.
That. Can I ask my question?
Yes, child, what is your
Okay.
question?
So I lost it. It's fine. I was staring at you too long and I lost it completely.
Our friend
Yeah.
died. Could you help?
That's the reason why we're here. Yeah.
That's literally
Yes.
the reason we're here, Arthur.
Caleb, child, he reached out to me and told me of this. I'm very sorry.
Can you fix
Well,
it?
that depends. Are there any pieces missing?
No.
We didn't take a full inspection of the body because it's hard to tell where the necrosis starts and the beef jerky begins.
I did punch him a couple of times. I mean, like, I had to.
Out of frustration.
No, I mean, don't do that. Don't lie.
He was turned into a white.
Yeah, he was a lot lighter than he usually was, and he's not of the same complexion that you and I were.
Not the. Okay.
Is that not what that means? He was turned into a white.
No, it's
Wight.
I can't spell. I don't know why you're trying to tell me that.
All
I
right,
don't.
it's a. I would say it's a silent H, but it's not there anyway. But yeah, dude, whatever.
So is white supposed to be something different?
There's two types. There's
he
two
was turned
types
into
of
a.
white.
He was turned into a type of undead. So then we
Okay.
had to put him down again.
That
And-
part. And he was white.
Yes.
Very light. Very light looks.
Right. Well, assuming he was put down, that should be a trivial matter. Let's see. You can take him to the shrine, if you wish.
All right.
Do you know where the shrine is, Caleb?
Yes, I do.
Is it one of the blood shrines?
Is it?
Is that
Him?
No,
Arthur,
when
you
she
gotta
get
says
the
the
fuck outta
shrine,
here.
she means like a shrine devoted to a god. It's a place of
No, it
religious.
Now I'll turn to Arthur and say, no, it is not.
Okay.
It's a church.
We're not gonna have one of the black flame candles that are lit by a virgin kind of thing, right?
That depends if you're lighting it.
Yeah, I'm a virgin. Do you need me to light the candle? Like, is that
No,
a thing? Like,
she doesn't.
I'm out.
Oh. Oh, okay. I don't know. You know, again, I'm not used to the circles, ring stuff. Like, you have to. This is news for me. Anyway, so we're taking him to the altar, and then
Yes.
what happens at the altar? Like, I feel like we're going in unprepared.
I go and sit between a bunch of the kids with my food. I'm eating fresh.
We will talk about it later whenever she has a chance to come towards us. Right now, she is in the middle of serving dinner for everybody. And afterwards, she will come to us and she will walk us through whatever process we need to walk through.
Do you need help serving dinner?
I am serving the last few here. Ruin can take care of it. We should go ahead and handle this, as your friend's recovery may be long, and it is best to give him the extra night if possible.
All right. And I will head towards the altar and take Bullred there.
You pass in towards one of the communal towers next door to this great one. That the central part, this first story, is dominated by a very small chapel. And while she says altar, it is like simply an altar that seems to be dedicated to some sort of goddess. Caleb would know that it's Morgren. And then there are 2 stone benches, which make up the entirety, I guess, of the spectator or parishioners that'll be that can be here. But before the altar is this kind of large, or above the shrine is an altar, a large kind of white marble slab. Very simple. There's no runes or anything carved upon it. It's just a giant piece of stone that has been cut and polished to have a very simple yet pleasing shape. As you guys kind of walk in, you see her flick her wrist, and then several dozen candles just suddenly light in the room and fill it with an almost bright light. She gestures over to the altar. You can lay your friend down over there. As she goes and starts disrobing and kind of throws off. And then you see basically she's basically got, it's kind of like a bikini top. And then the bottoms are mostly just like a bikini bottom with a couple really billowy pieces of fabric that cover the legs. pretty scantily clad.
Caleb,
Yes,
is this a normal part of the ritual?
this is her normal attire.
That's what she wears on a daily basis?
School uniforms are weird.
So you mean she wears a dominatrix outfit under that robe all the time?
Yes.
How do I sign up for your school?
I thought you said it was a cult.
It is a cult, but that's a cult leader I'm willing to worship. She can prostitute me as much as she wants.
She kind of wheels a little bit and is kind of looking at the two of you. And she goes, Caleb, child, may have given you some information about me, perhaps not. I have a, how would you say, a vivacious, live life to the fullest type outlook. That is why I believe in color, and I believe in no inhibitions. Simply do. We have only one life, and when it is ultimately done, it is done. So, while here, we might as well enjoy ourselves. We'll all be skeletons one day.
Yep.
Whatever Viva Las Vegas thing she just said, I'm down for it. What is this ritual? How do we do the ritual?
One
What do
step at
you
a
have
time.
to do? But what? Okay.
I'm just showing like sharp objects to the orphans.
All kinds of sharp objects. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. So, once you guys place down Volred, she kind of removes the shroud and kind of gets a look at him. There's the slight smell of the body going off that hasn't turned to like really bad stench yet. But she kind of starts undoing some of the robes, kind of taking a general look at the damage of the body, kind of takes off the mask, and she kind of looks over and goes, beef jerky indeed.
Wait. Before you do anything. Oh. Looks around for kids. Shit. I didn't realize that's what his face looked like. Wow.
She kind of glances down, looks at your group. I
will
do not
say-
mean to pry, but as far as you know, he has always looked like this? Or is this only since the death?
Oh,
He
no.
has always looked like this. Apparently, he was struck by an arrow, and he turned into this. And he has been trying to find a cure since. We were actually going to come see you pretty soon anyways, to see if you knew a way to reverse this. But then he died along the way.
I
So
see.
it kind of rushed the timeline.
4 days ago.
Well, I must say, this is one particularly nasty curse. Well, I suppose I can certainly give it a shot. I'm not entirely certain what manner of curse or magical affliction, as it certainly appears to be magical in nature. I'm not sure to what extent this will purge the curse. And judging by how it has affected the body, I am afraid that anything that I do might make it worse.
Hold on. I know that we started talking about the curse and stuff, but the biggest thing was to make sure that we got Volred back alive. So, like, can you do the reviving thing? And I mean, we could worry about the curse. That's the whole reason why we're traveling with him.
Yes, I can do this.
I mean, if you could fix the curse while you're doing the whole reviving thing, that would be great. But
That unfortunately would probably take more time, which is fine because once I complete this little ritual and bring your friend back, he will likely be severely exhausted and will need several days to recover.
I mean, listen, so you're gonna be like working him over, and then he's gonna come back, and then he's gonna need to recover for a couple of days, and then we're gonna figure it out from there. Like that's how that works.
Well, the physical recovery will last a few days, yes, indeed. Um, Unfortunately, the psychological damage that will likely depend on how resilient your friend is. Coming back from the dead is quite an ordeal.
Caleb, what does that mean?
Once you go to the other side, your soul starts to change. And when you get brought back to your body, the toll on your mind, the toll on your soul, tends to have altered side effects depending on the person.
The
some
best way
people,
to
some
explain
people,
it-
it can do nothing. Go ahead.
Oh, okay,
The best-
let the hot woman talk.
The best way to explain it is imagine someone cut your body several hundred times, shoved salt in that wound, and then drug you behind a horse on a road made of shattered glass, and did so for several miles. That is approaching something of what it might feel like to be brought back.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Your mouth started moving, and I heard virtually nothing you said. But I'm going to believe that it was very hard and very difficult. It's a very difficult process, right?
She kind of looks over to Caleb. Well, I see as though you have dropped one interesting traveling companion and picked up another. I think
Yeah.
I preferred the goblin.
For now.
To be fair, the last teacher he went and saw, he ended up blowing up his place. So there's that.
Ooh.
Give me a second. Can't remember his name.
Valerian Leoden.
Master Valerian, he went and snuck into his library and ended up stepping on a glyph of warding.
And Sibyl just kind of busts out laughing. Well, oh well. Valerian does enjoy his entertaining lives, so I think you should just be happy that your little friend gave him some moment of entertainment. Besides, fuck Valerian. He's a bit of a creep. But we're all good friends.
He is an odd one, but
Yes, but that is one of the many reasons I like him.
agreed.
He also has a similar fashion style and vivaciousness, though he lives for far too high on his horse for me.
Is Valerian likes to be naked too? You didn't tell me about that.
That's the second part of the party.
Valerian has a reputation around the capital for being a how should we say man whore.
Yeah.
And we let that little boy go work. What? Why would you do that? This doesn't make any sense.
I will say in that case, there are reasons why Valerian chose enchantment as his school of practice. and he is very good.
You should have
So-
brought that little boy over here. We should have started. This is where we should have started. Caleb, we should have taken a trip here immediately. You should have told us about this place. This is the place to go when you're starting your journey into the circle. It's the circle, right?
If you start here, you'll never leave here.
I'm not seeing a problem with that right now. I'm
That's
not
fair.
really seeing an issue. But yeah, this
Well-
is when you start your circle. This is where you join the circle and you learn the different rings of magic.
And that's the reason why I stayed here for 3 years.
You stayed here for 3 years and you still didn't tell me this is what we were coming to come see. I'm very offended.
I kept on telling you we will see.
Is this what you were talking about? Like it's really pretty inside. Is that what you were talking about?
Something of that.
I'm so sorry. You know what? You can continue your
Let's get this ritual going.
yeah, let's get Red back. Let's get Red back. I can't be in here very much longer.
All right. Very well. So, I will warn you, the ritual I am about to undertake takes about an hour or so. You're already pushing your limits, it seems. So it kind of goes over. Though you've weathered it, kind of looks over to Caleb. Mostly well. Caleb, child, sit down on one of those benches. I'd rather not have you keel over before the ritual is done. Once I do this, it will be a little bit of time before I can do it again.
I will sit down and relax.
Are you gonna watch and figure out how to do this? Because we might need you to do this again later on, Caleb. You know.
I'm pretty sure this is way beyond me, but I am watching.
Yes.
What ring of magic? Is it circle of magic or is it ring of magic? You got
It is circle.
Okay, what circle of magic are you about to perform?
This is magic native to the fifth circle.
Fifth circle. And Caleb, what kind of circle do you use now?
Third.
3. That's not really close. We're close. We're getting there.
Well,
Listen, he was on the first circle like a month ago. So like we've
Yeah.
done a lot of really good stuff in the last month. Caleb's doing good.
very well. Now, one last thing to discuss in terms of payment. Caleb, you are aware the materials required to perform this ritual?
It is about 500 gold, correct?
Diamond, worth at least that much. Luckily for you, I do possess such an item. So, I suppose the question is this something that you are looking to pay in as direct service? Because if you do, let's see here. That's a good question.
Y'all trusted me with these orphans for a very long time. And
Yep.
I guarantee
The
no
total
one's-
cost of the spell, I normally would charge 750 gold for something such as this.
And how much would you charge me?
1,400.
Ah, Kellam child. You always were one of my favorites. Not just because you inherited your father's wonderful tongue. So,
C'est quoi?
he's just kind of looking over and not that. He has a way of speaking to people that I like.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's still good.
Well, I suppose if you're having to be around here for a few more days, then I will do it for cost 500 gold. But you might have to help with the children.
I can do that.
Okay. Well, Thankfully, you were a little high on the totem pole to put you back on muck duty, but I'm sure I'll find something. Yes.
This question is directed towards Caleb. Hey, buddy.
Yes.
So you just agreed to service. Does that mean that we have to agree to it too? I need to understand what's going on here so that way I know what I'm getting.
You could join me if you want, but I will be the one doing the service.
Okay. Now, this garden you have out in the backyard, you have a lot of seeds and plants out there, is that correct?
Yes, and I intended Caleb to be the one to help. I don't suppose any of you have skills with arcane or magic of any kind, so...
I can make your garden grow faster. I can help with food and nourishment for the children.
Really?
Yeah.
Forgive me for saying so, but you look more like a highly disciplined monastic sailor type, not a free-flowing, natural, life is great druid type.
Listen, I can tend to your garden, and I can tend to your garden. But I have learned over the last month or so that there is more to me than what I'm used to. So I need practice, and you have a garden, and it will allow me to try to practice other things again. So I can help by expanding your garden just a little further out, so that way you can feed all of the children you have here.
I see. Well, that is very much appreciated. Were you part of any particular enclave of druids?
Am I a part of an enclave of druids? Sort of. Well, it was more my mom. My mother was a shaman healer for a circle of druids, and I didn't realize that until like, when did we get to that cave? Like a month and a half ago.
About a month ago, yeah.
But yeah. So Eladeth, yeah, Eladeth.
I have heard of this Elida. Not worshipped her myself. She's rather local, if I understand correctly.
Yeah, she cried on me. And
I see. I didn't know if you were affiliated one of the local druid enclaves. So, at any rate, so then, we shall begin. Yes.
What kind of local druid enclaves are around here, though? Because, like, if we're gonna be here a couple of days, maybe I can go kind of see what they do.
Yes, there are a couple. Caleb has spent some time with them. He'll be able to expand a little bit, or at least if you guys need to take a bit of a journey. At any rate, so can I begin now?
Yeah, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Keep going.
She goes back to the altar or the shrine and starts pulling out a couple stone boxes and kind of opens some out. Then you hear her close them. And then she comes back with this little piece of cloth that she unfurls with this small, like, gemstone about the size of a grape. Flawless cut, though. She goes, well, one of the wonderful things about living at a place where gemstones are commonly mined is makes it easier to obtain them. So, all right. And so she starts kind of adjusting the bodies and stuff. As I said, this whole process will take about an hour, and your friend will be, well, he will need some time to rest afterwards.
Yeah.
Just kind of going around, touching a bit, just double checking that there's no significant missing parts. I will heal the most grievous of the wounds during that process. His body will still be pretty battered and beaten, however. So, all right. And she starts laying out some candles and other material components. Very familiar, Caleb. This is a ritual you haven't seen before, but it's definitely one dedicated to Morgren, and is definitely styled with idols and words and recitations in that way. And she goes, well, I suppose while we're here, I suppose I should ask him some questions when we get done.
Yeah.
So, Caleb, when this happens, you understand that I will have to divulge a secret, yes?
Divulge a secret?
Yes, and in keeping with Morgren's rituals.
Yes.
So, that means I will have to ask you guys to vacate the chamber, because if I say it in front of a bunch of people, it's not really a secret anymore, is it?
It depends if it's a secret I know.
If it's a secret you know, well, child, just leave.
Get out.
Maybe one day you will get to see it with you decide to learn this little ritual from me.
I do plan on coming back when I am able to do such spells.
Yeah.
For now,
Just make sure when it happens, you are there and not here, gesturing to the altar.
First-hand experience.
I will try my best.
All right.
And I'll turn around. Come on. I'll point to Arthur and have him follow me.
Okay. So the doors close, and you guys await out in the garden in the evening, trying to shake off some of the evening, the sleep that is now kind of pressing on yourself. Now that you're kind of here, there's a moment where like you had some energy back, and now it's like you're kind of settled a little bit into familiar territory, and you can feel a bit more relaxed. After a few minutes, you can hear the ritual inside starting up. And then the young man in the late teens from earlier, who was with Ruin, kind of comes out to see Caleb and Arthur, and kind of looks at you. Apologies, but before you guys arrived, well, my lady said that I was supposed to prepare some rooms for you guys to sleep. So I'm going to prep some beds. The only one we have at the moment is a communal sleeping area. Is that okay? In the boys' dorm?
We've done worse with less. So yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Wait, the boys' dorm?
Yeah. 2 of the towers are dormitories, one for boys and one for girls.
Taking us all to the girls' dorm?
Well, yes.
Just making sure Azal has a place to sleep too. That would be rude for me not to ask.
Okay. Well, understood.
Cool. All right. Yeah, that's how it works. Then are we gonna do we go now? Like do we?
Well, I'm gonna prepare the rooms, and he kind of looks over to the chapel. It's like, I don't know how long that ritual normally takes, but feel free to sleep whenever.
She said about an hour, so I think I'm gonna wait the hour and just kind of see, make sure everything goes okay.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and put you guys in the top dormitory room, and I'm gonna bring up some few cords of wood, so that way you guys can get the keep the fire going. if you need to. Will you guys also need some water for bathing?
Yeah, you can bring some up.
Oh, well, it actually has a pump that brings it up from the well, but I'll get some started.
Oh, I can deal with it. Just give me the basin.
Very well. And so he sets off towards one of the towers.
I'm bored. I want to come out.
Okay. Yeah, at this point in time, the kids have had their meal, and some of them have kind of broken down into just talking. Some of them have kind of retreated to an area that you assume is some kind of library or study hall. Others appear to be kind of learning some musical instruments. A few others have kind of migrated back to the dorms. Some have just are kind of chilling out in the garden space area. They're just kind of dispersing to do whatever they want.
I go up to
So-
Arthur. I got a bandage on my left arm.
You
Yo.
can patch it up.
Oh, that was an oopsie.
It was an oopsie. When did you get the oopsie? Last year.
I was trying to show them how easy it is to catch things.
Yep.
I proved a point.
He's all sneeze. That means Volred is talking about him somewhere in the next life.
Better be talking to my ancestors.
DM, what is the animal life situation out here?
Spooky.
You don't see much here in terms of animal life, but beyond the wall, you do hear occasionally the sound of bleating of goats and the clucking of chickens. So you assume they keep those out of this section of the garden.
So there's not. I would ask, I guess, one of the students if they've seen any like cool animals recently.
They kind of give you some general fare: wolves, mountain lions, a couple bears, some adak deer. I mean, that's most of it. One of them says they swear they saw an owl bear somewhere out in the woods, but another kid's just like, "You're full of shit."
So these mountain lions, do they usually travel by themselves, or do you see like a lot of them at one time?
No, they're pretty solitary. I mean, unless it's mating
There's no
season.
mountain lion extra, so I wouldn't be able to study that one anyway for a while.
It's kind of just like lion.
Just the lion.
I think that's one for just lion.
Okay. Well, it doesn't have like attacks or anything, so it doesn't look like there's anything that I can change into. All right, cool.
I forgot to return the sword.
Who are you returning it to?
Well, we rented it. We bought
Right.
rented it.
Oh
Yes. Also, didn't turn in the rib bone of a demon.
Not yet. We can still go back. Listen. Someone died. It's more important that we get the person who died back up and ready to go, and then we can go back and turn in the sword and the demon bone thing. I'm gonna say red's probably more valuable than the sword.
This sword can do a lot of damage.
Aren't you gonna get your axe back anyway, and then just kind of completely forget about that
That's
sword?
why I don't want the sword. We meant to give
Oh.
it back.
Izala's not forgotten. She bitches about it at least 12 times a day.
Got a message. Head text Eric. That works. I want my axe back.
I'm just saying, like
Okay.
you're not gonna really care about that until like after we get your axe back.
That's
So
the-
like,
Well, that's the point. Is I don't want the sword anymore because we're going to go get the axe, and the sword was a rental.
so we can give it back whenever we give it back. It's not a big deal.
Go visit game.
Only a couple days travel. After we finish here, when we aren't on a time crunch, we can go back and see him.
We really aren't on a time crunch now. we're really gonna just go back after we're done getting red. Back up.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. We just had to hurry up and get red over here. So we really weren't thinking about it whenever we were in town.
How long
Okay.
is this going to take?
All right. So, minutes turns into 15, then 30, then 45, and then right about the 1 hour mark, you hear screams from inside the chapel.
Caleb, is that the whispering towers who just turned into screaming towers, or is that something that I should be concerned about?
Probably the finishing up of the ritual.
That sounds horrible.
Well, you did hear the description of how it feels to be revived, correct?
No?
I did not. What
I
did
was
she
dealing with
say?
orphans.
All I heard was happy ending.
The description that she said was along the lines of, imagine getting cut 100 times
Okay, done that.
and getting, I think it was, she said alcohol poured on it.
Salt.
You poured on your wounds.
I lived in the ocean for a while. That's happened before. Okay, continue.
And then getting drugged behind a cart
I haven't done that.
across glass.
Oh, I definitely haven't done that. That sounds painful.
And that is what it feels like to get revived.
Is he still screaming?
Yes, though the screaming has tapered off a little bit in its intensity. And now it's a mixture of screams with heavy pants and sobbing.
I don't think she's doing it right.
Do you need some water? Is you thirsty? Maybe. He did look dehydrated. But that's just what his body looked like. But like he could. Do you need some help in there?
Hello?
You hear a little bit of movement, and then you hear some latches on the door release, and then the door starts swinging open, and that's when we're going to go for break.
Bitch.
Wow.
Good news. I saved his foot. The rest of him, not so much.
All right, guys. Be back here in 15 minutes, and then we'll see what fresh hell Volred looks like.
Breakdown.
No.
dark, demented person who did not laugh at anything.
Yes, Nock was such an asshole, and I loved it.
Sacred flame.
Yeah. Your guys' current characters are like, by comparison.
Ooh.
I mean, Caleb has more
Rude.
backstory than Omlik did, so, like, that's in his favor, I guess. But,
Be
We are
careful
back,
what
by
you
the
wish
way.
for, Eric. Just be careful what you wish for.
yeah, I'm just hoping Volred doesn't end up taking Soulfire's place.
The one who keeps dying.
Yeah, that would be pretty bad.
It'd be real weird.
Oh,
See, it's
you
supposed
know
to be
what?
Zal who keeps dying because she can get revived with no components.
That has got to end.
Nah. I don't know what you're talking about, Eric. Every time you mention his beautiful face, it's just you have to bring it out so everyone can
Yeah,
visualize
okay, fine. 22.
Let's not set up in the 3-person thing because I had a total of 10 minutes to build this. I did have
what you're
time to
saying
put a
is
bunch
we
of
need to
stupid
do
images
combat
in,
now.
Oh, good luck. We're going to visualize that shit.
Oh, theater of the mind. Anyway, hey guys, welcome back. Thanks for letting us finish our stupid break conversation. You know, that happens. Me lamenting how I planned this really awesome, serious campaign and it all went to shit in session 0. You know, hashtag DM life. So, group. The doors swing open and you see the lithe, dark-skinned form of Sibyl Caratus kind of looking down. Well, it would seem your friend is certainly alive. He may have just passed out from the pain, but anyway, we'll have him taken up to the tower. Given his condition, he will likely be there for a few days.
Thank you.
It is my pleasure.
So what do we owe you?
500 gold pieces.
All right, Caleb. Pay the wonderful woman.
I can offer up.
Might I offer you a sword in these trying times?
You have to give that sword back.
It's worth like 400.
I don't have much use for a weapon such as that.
What if I offer you a sword that's not magical, but has killed many things?
It's not a corpse. Which, to be fair, I have plenty of corpses that are a dime a dozen.
Ooh, I don't know if you can refill this thing, but I have this used necklace of fireballs.
It's beautiful, but no, it is of no use to me.
Oh, you can't fill it back up.
But that's not the way that works, no.
Oh, okay.
Now, this does make me slightly perturbed, as I named my price beforehand, and if there was going to be an issue, it should have
50,
been said.
50 plat.
I wasn't here.
I was saying, I was like,
Kind
I was
of
really
reaches
just-
out, takes it, and goes, "Thank you, Caleb."
Wait, so Mistress Seville?
You
Right.
can just call me Sabil.
Okay. Seville, here is 200 gold, and you can give Caleb back 20 of his platinum. Because I don't want him to pay for it all, since...
Okay. She takes the coins, pulls out about 20 or so, and just slides it back to Caleb. Takes
It
the
wasn't-
coin, goes,
It wasn't the price. I was trying to see if they would offer up. But yes.
I offered a sword. My most prized possession currently.
I was going to give her money. You just handed over 50 platinum. I didn't think you were just going to give over 50 platinum without asking everybody else if they wanted to contribute. Which, by the way, Azal,
What?
I know that you did not give any funds
I
whatsoever.
was trying. Where'd they put that money Gander gave me?
spent it at the
I was-
tavern.
I was busy trying to find a scroll. I will give, let's see, Arthur 100 gold of platinum, so 10 platinum. So this puts us down to 100. And Caleb, you still owe me for the many spell books I've given you.
Yeah,
To
that's
be
giving me
fair,
a
I will probably be in your debt for the rest of my life.
Have you mailed out that stuff for Isol? yet?
No, we've
Oh.
been busy.
Wait. We have the means, but we do not have the letters.
Or the I write shit every night. We don't have the time to go to the post office. It's weird. They close at weird hours. Sometimes they have weird holidays. It's dangerous there. Sometimes people go crazy.
We tend to always travel at night.
When we travel during the day, we just stop at night.
You get attacked by shit during the day.
We do get attacked by a lot of stuff during the day.
And at night. Remember when
Not
you
as
got
much.
got hit in the face?
That was one time. I got hit in the face with a boulder during the broad daylight. So
That was
And it came out of nowhere.
noon.
no,
It was like noon.
it was as bright as it fucking could be.
Mr. Seville, Seville. You're familiar with like the wildlife in this area, correct?
I have lived in this place for nearly 2 decades now.
Oh, 20 years. Okay, you don't look an ounce over 22. Anyway, so what kind of interesting animals are in this area, if you don't mind me asking?
Are you talking about general beast or perhaps something a bit more exotic?
Both.
Well, one of my children recently said that they saw an owlbear somewhere in the forest. That is possible. I've seen skeletal remains of them before, but if there are any, they are limited. When you go farther north into the Shadow Spine, occasionally you can find wyverns and chimera. Those are certainly possible. Giant owls are also relatively common here, as are sparrowhawks and a number of birds of prey. Wombats, badgers, even on the rare occasion a direwolf. So,
Direwolf. You said on a rare occasion now.
yes, they tend to shy away from areas inhabited by people. So, if you pass into some of the more southern parts of the valley, where there aren't so many people, or you travel to the much far northern part of the island, then you are more likely to find them.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you. I probably won't get to the garden until like in the morning, since it's so dark.
You should probably rest and then go out in the morning.
How responsible would you say are all the orphans that are here? On a scale of like 1 to 10.
Only a couple of them are orphans, my dear.
Oh.
This suppose is better explained as a boarding school.
Ooh.
I assume that was
What did it mean?
Heart.
Yeah, my
So,
work computer's getting a lot of emails right now.
so out of a scale of 1 to 10 in responsibility, where would you rank them at?
Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, I suppose I would have to give them a 7, 8. I can trust them not to die.
Okay.
Can't quite trust them to not do their chores, though.
Alright, I was worried for a little bit.
No big deal. If something happens to one of them, then we just hold an impromptu lesson on necromancy.
So, hypothetically, if someone were to have acquired a long, sharp fork, that would be okay.
I mean, like a trident,
Yeah,
or just, or like a
hypothetically,
salad fork,
like a really long one that's very
like a
trident-like,
pitchfork.
like a trident-like weapon, tool.
Wouldn't be that big a deal.
Okay.
The Some of the older children, especially, they muck the stables and feed the horses, so they were used to using weapons like that.
Oh, that's good. I just wanted to make sure if everything was okay because we were hanging out and I was showing them all kinds of things and might have misplaced one of them. So as long as you think they're okay, then they should be fine. What?
So we just leave bread and then go take a nap or go to sleep. This is not really nap time.
Yes, that would probably be best.
Right. Well, I will have someone take your friend here up to the rooms. I believe one of my assistants should already be prepping your chambers.
Thank you very much. It's been a bit of a journey, that's for sure.
Well, the life is always interesting in the Isles.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
I'm tired of shit.
So-
Let's go to bed.
All right. So Volred is helped up the staircase to the topmost dormitory room. It seems like the first two levels comprise mostly of full dormitories. Though, I mean, there's generally like 6 or so to a room, and then a washroom down in the bottom level. But you guys are up at the very top levels. There are currently no students occupying these rooms, so it also looks like they don't necessarily get that much use. But by the time you guys arrive, the hearths have been going for a while, and there's these large kind of wooden wash tubs, kind of over off to a side, beneath a kind of an old school manual pump for water that seems to bring water all the way up from somewhere below. Izal, your chambers are a little bit nicer. It looks like in the girls' dormitory, they only seat like 4 to a room instead of 6 to a room. So yours have a little bit more posters to the bed. You have a lockbox, to keep some things you'd rather keep private. And I mean, both of you actually have really good. Each room has like a balcony attached to it that overlooks down into the garden. Even from where you guys are at, you guys can hear the sound, or you can hear the sound of the boys' dormitory next door, filled with noise. Whereas the young women that seem to be in the dormitory beneath you are much more reserved. So you get the sense you may or may not be one of the only people to get actual sleep tonight.
How far? Because they're in different towers, right?
Yep.
How far is the boys' dormitory tower? Like straight?
From where you're at, 80 to 100 feet.
Are any of they have windows as well? Or is it just
Yeah.
a tower?
They're identical towers.
So the tower, the height where I'm at, is probably around the height where they would have put in like the other party
Yeah,
members
them.
up there.
They're like both of the towers are like 3-level towers, so they're like 40 feet total. 40, 45 feet total.
Cool.
So, yeah. And so you can kind of walk out the balcony and you can see kind of off to your side. You can see like shadows and stuff of those guys being in there. But yeah, dudes, Volred, he looks like that spell brought him alive, and that's really about it. Some of his wounds have not fully closed, and they've kind of started bleeding just a little bit more, and he keeps hawking up this like gross green black ichor stuff. Yeah, it looks like one good hit will send him right back to death. He's alive, but just barely.
He's visible to us though. Like we can see him. We know where he's at.
Yeah, but he's got haggard breath. I mean, he came back at one hit point and with several points of exhaustion. So like he's yes, he is in bad shape.
I'll do my best to try and make him comfortable in his bed, and once he's settled in is when I'll sit at the foot of my bed and just sit there. I'm not really gonna go to sleep yet.
Yeah, Arthur's not going to punch Volred, but he is going to cast a couple of cure wounds on him just to try to make things a little easier for him to rest throughout the night. And then I don't know where Arthur's bed would be at this point in time, but it's a common area, so I would just probably sit on my bed and just kind of stay up as well.
Yes, he's all.
I would like to try and find some rope.
Gander
Do
just
not have
gave
some
you
in your
like
pack.
Gander literally just gave like 500 pounds worth of rope.
He gave me. I didn't add his extra rope into mine. I was like, I thought
Okay.
I had this stuff. Cool. So the top of the tower of the balcony. Like I get bored. I'm like, how can I mess with them on the other side? So I tie two ends the ends of the side. I tie a couple sets of rope together, like 150 feet. Tie it to the end of a javelin. Put some sheets on the end of there, and I use my alchemy jug, and I click the button on there that says dipping sauce. And I put a bunch of mayonnaise on the end of this piece of fabric at the end of my javelin. And I just start chucking the javelin across the side, just try to hit like the balcony to where the other side is.
Okay, give me a roll.
Okay.
Please tell me I hear something.
Well, it's like 80 to 100 feet. That's a disadvantage throw for me, but I got nothing else to do. What's disadvantage button? I don't have a disadvantage button.
Control for me.
Control? Yeah, it's not working for me. So I'll just roll twice. This is more of for distance stuff for accuracy. But I have just, javelin was a varsity sport. 21 to just chuck it. And I'm trying to just get it onto their balcony and just like make it smear mayonnaise over there, and then like pull it back as soon as it hits and reel it back to myself.
Okay. So, yep, you chunk it, and based on the arc, you're like, oh shit, that's going to hit a window. Oh shit, that's going to hit a window. But it just barely misses the window and hits like the part where the door and the door frame meet, and you just scatter stuff everywhere. From inside the boys' dorm, you just hear a boom on the door to the balcony. And then a scraping noise.
Caleb.
Yes.
Why are you going to check that out? Why are you going to go see what the strange noise was?
There's no lights on in my room as well. So you point that out.
So you just hear a strange noise.
Except for the fireplace that's going.
Yeah.
You hear a strange noise and you immediately go to check it out. Is that what you're saying?
I'm hiding behind
Well,
the corner, pulling it back.
Given whose house we are in, yes.
You remember the last time you ran into a ghost?
Yeah, it hurt.
He became friends with it.
So you just don't.
Well, no, I befriended a different ghost.
What if that was a ghost out there that just happens to be knocking on the door? Like you're just gonna walk into it again? You don't.
Well, I doubt a ghost would knock.
There are ghosts that are polite.
Yeah, and they didn't knock.
They almost knocked your ass out the last time.
That was the previous ghost.
We're not talking. Listen, I just don't think it's
Okay.
very smart for you to just go and open the door after a very strange noise, loud noise, happens to make a noise on the other side of it.
You're not wrong.
Up to you. I mean, up to you. It's that.
No action has been taken to open the door.
Shit. Maybe they're asleep.
It's okay.
Throw another one.
More mayonnaise?
A little bit more. I don't waste all my mayonnaise. I can use that. I
Okay.
got
Refills
rations.
daily.
I have rations for that.
Alright, give me another attack roll.
At this point, Caleb is by the door, but not
10.
opening the door.
10.
Laundry.
Okay. So you're by the door, but not in front of the door?
Yes.
Okay.
That's when Arthur stopped me.
Yeah. So, Caleb, just as you're like getting, sort of going, okay, you're by the door, going, all right. Then all of a sudden, the window just to your right shatters inward and sprays shrapnel glass at you as as a trident sails between you and the door and hits the ground and scatters.
This was a
shooting-
javelin because I needed the distance for a javelin.
Oh yeah, the javelin, which just kind of hits and smears. There's like a high velocity splatter as mayonnaise just suddenly rockets up and hits Arthur and Volred, who are on that side of the room. And then you're kind of looking out, going, "What the hell?" You see the javelin just go, and then just like gets wedged in the window, and like the rope
I
keeps
panic.
getting pulled.
I panic. I throw the rope over the edge, so it just falls.
See, Caleb? I got all this ectoplasm on me.
I look at Arthur and see, aren't you curious as to what happened?
No, I just got spewed on by a ghost. Why the hell would I want to go out there and see what that was?
See, I don't believe that was a ghost because
Ghost
there's a
of
javelin
mayonnaise.
stuck. There's a javelin right there with mayonnaise clumped on the front with rope.
That's ectoplasm. That's not mayonnaise. That's ectoplasm.
I go dip my finger in it.
Ew, you just ugly. This is what I was talking about. That's so disgusting. You just
That's
could have-
mayonnaise.
That could have been anything.
did you just eat it?
Yes, I did.
Mysterious white goop on a weapon. You lick it.
Did I
Smells
die?
vaguely of mayonnaise.
I will
Yes.
give you a couple of minutes to find out if you're gonna die or not. That is nasty. You nasty.
Okay, Eric.
I look out.
From my thoughts, the rope, the javelin's wedged to the thing, and the rope falls like straight down the length of the tower. So from my perspective,
much, yeah.
I would look like this rope's cascading down the side of the tower of the boys' tower. So who knows where it came from? Maybe the boys were fucking around and did something.
Yeah, you just have to hope it wasn't the one that was emblazoned with the Zella family crest.
Now, those, well, my javelins are semi-collapsible because Gander made them that way. So they have Gander's mark on them, so it kind of gives me away.
Yes.
Arthur,
What?
isn't that Gander's mark?
The Ghost of
I
Gander.
don't know. I mean, listen, I kind of stopped paying attention to you after you ate the ghost spunk over there, and just decided you was just gonna put some stuff in your mouth that you just ain't even
Logic, what,
seen.
did
What?
you just say ghost spunk?
Yeah.
It's so is mayonnaise now ghost spunk?
Well, I didn't know it was mayonnaise until you put it in your mouth. You nasty.
I smelled it first.
You still ate it. Don't
Yeah.
don't you wizards have those things where you can change like the way that things are perceived or like looked at and all that other good stuff? Prestidigitation or whatever. That could have been anything that smelled like roses or something like that, and you just put it in your mouth. You're nasty.
It could have, but it wasn't. So I have a question for you.
I might have an answer.
He's all just threw that at us.
How
And
you
got
know-
white stuff all over. That's Gander's make. Gander made that javelin for Izal. You think somebody else took javelin from Izal?
Well, if Izal ran out of anger moments, any ghost could take a javelin from Izal because she can't hit nothing when she's not.
Don't let her hear that.
Rude.
But yes,
I'm still stuck on the fact that you just randomly put that white stuff in your mouth. How did that make sense to you? Like, why did you think to do that?
because I knew it was mayonnaise, and
You knew it was mayonnaise?
yes,
You
when I smelled it,
looked at it, and before you put your finger in that stuff, you knew that was mayonnaise.
no, but I touched it, and then I smelled it, and then I knew it was mayonnaise,
You-
and then I tasted it.
You disgust me. It's
I'm-
disgusting.
I'm just now disgusting you.
Yes.
I haven't been doing things right.
That was a very Gorbeck moment.
It was a very dumb moment. That was very dumb.
I said
To be
Gorbeck.
fair,
You said
It was a
dumb.
Gorbeck moment on both sides of the tower.
Eh.
only
look out
difference
the
is-
window.
The only difference is Gorbeck would have held on to the rope and then leapt off the balcony and then attempt to climb it to get to the other side.
That's probably what happened.
How far away is the other tower? And
80
do I
feet.
see,
The balconies are 80 feet apart.
is a window or door open on the other side?
Nope. And there's no light other
Meaning
than the
she
reflection.
shut the door? Because she threw it
You would
out the
assume.
door.
Oh,
Okay.
there was definitely some panic shit going on. What are you gonna do, Caleb?
I mean, you done already ate the nasty white goop off. This is so disgusting. Are we gonna go over there? What are we doing, Caleb? Because at this point, I'm just following your lead. Because I guess if we're gonna do some crazy shit, you done already ate the white goop. Now we gotta go figure out what else the hell we gonna do.
So I have an idea. I can cast fly. And you turn into a bear and fly through the window.
The window's not even open.
Neither was that one.
You want me to break through a window as a bear, flying at some mystical, creepy wizard's castle that probably has some type of magical protection that will shoot things that fly that aren't recognizable. So you want me to do that. You not only want me to do that, you want me to fly to another tower in the middle of the night and fly into a room that Izal is currently staying in,
Yes.
thinking that she won't hit me as soon as I get in the room.
Yes.
No. Actually, let's do it.
So,
I already got hit by Gander. I might as well fucking get hit by Izal too. This is gonna suck. I hate it.
so just because I'm going to have my bat attached to you, and I'm going to cast fly on you. And when you go over there as a bear, I'm going to make you go through the window.
How the hell are you gonna make me go through the window?
You're going to go through the window. You're going to make yourself fly through the window.
You're going to make sure that I get hurt flying through this window, is what you just said, right? That's what you said.
Your words, not mine.
You make. Ooh, listen, if I make it through this, I am destroying all of you. I will destroy. Will end you all. If I don't. If I get shot out of the sky, Caleb. If I get shot out of the sky, Caleb, I'm
You won't.
very upset with you. I told you, you're going to be the first person I haunt. I'm just making sure that you're aware. Because if I
To be
die,
fair, if you do get shot out of the sky, you won't, like, just plummet. I can make you slow fall.
snowfall, Caleb.
I have a
gonna be-
spell for that.
How far does the spell work? Because sometimes your spells don't connect all the way.
See, that's why I have friends that I have abilities to make it extend.
I need some reassurance here, Caleb. You're gonna have to. What is this ability to make it extend? Because right now I just see a quick flight with a long drop. Because that looks like a
Halo.
long drop, Caleb. That's a long drop, Caleb. I have not been this high up and immediately fell. You're telling me that you're gonna catch me with one of your Ouija spells, and I'm gonna
Yes.
be falling. How long do you think it's going to take for me to fall down there, Caleb?
A second.
And how long does it take you to cast your spells, Caleb?
Less than a second.
Do it now.
I'm not wasting a spell slot.
On this. Waste
Yeah.
on the other thing.
I will use it to save you. I will not use it to prove a point. I will use a higher level spell to prank Izal. Let's go.
I fucking hate this. But I'm going to do it. But I hate it. I hate it. I'm letting you know I hate it. How big are the windows? I look at the windows. How big are the windows? Because I'm not turning into a large bear and that I can't fit through a window.
They're pretty narrow. They're like 18 inches
Good
by
tiger.
like 3 feet.
Caleb!
Door.
Caleb! Caleb!
Can you turn into a tiger?
No, I haven't looked at a tiger long enough to turn into a tiger.
What can you turn into that's that small?
I mean, I spent a lot of time.
Can you turn into a dog?
Yeah, duh. I can turn it into. So I talked to this boar one time, and I was hanging out with him. I mean, I obviously hung out with. I saw a brown bear. I didn't hang out with it because it was a little aggressive. Then there was this cat named Tiny that I hung out with. Then there's
How about
Cow. And then there was the dog named Timber. That was kind of cool. Very friendly, but a little on the slow side. Then I saw this elk. Manny the elk. He was pretty cool. But he always ate, but never he chewed with his mouth open all the time, and it was kind of hard to really understand what he was saying. And then I met Foxy, and then I had this mountain goat named Billy, but we just kind of left him alone on that one. There was the otter that I saw before, but I'm not turning into that again. Then there was this pig, Wilbur. He was pretty cool. Met the rat, Splinter. And then, there was a couple of horses that I saw. That Arthur's just going to keep rambling on about.
How about this? How about this? You fly as Arthur, and then as soon as you get into the window, you shapeshift into a bear.
So I have to break the window with my body and risk physical pain with my body to get into the other side. You don't have a spell that opens the window from over here so that way I can fly in safely and do because this is what's going to happen now, Caleb. I'm going to fly through the window and hurt myself. I'm going to turn into this bear and Azal is going to hurt me. So I'm getting hurt in both forms. This doesn't sound like this is going to work out very well for me. Caleb, you fly over there and bust the window.
I cast fly on myself.
Okay.
Just 30-minute tangent. He's like, fuck it, I'll do it myself.
I go and I fly through one of the windows.
Okay.
With
Because they're only 18 inches wide. You gotta kind of go.
that's fine.
Climb,
Actually,
climb.
you know what?
Go out the front door.
I'm
maybe?
gonna grab the javelin, take the rope off.
My rope.
I'm gonna fly
I
to
mean,
one of the
someone's
windows
rope.
and chunk it inside the window.
Okay. So you're chunking inside the window. You hear the glass shatter. Um, you take a kind of a quick look inside. The room appears to be empty, and then an echo through the courtyard as you hear the voice, "Kellen Voss."
Yeah, I knew you were gonna get in trouble. This bitch.
You start looking
And I'm
around.
sitting here on the other side, just like, we done broke two of this lady's windows. She's hot as hell.
And you
know
kind
she's
of
hot.
I'll
and you look
fix it.
down. Yeah, and you see Sabil down there, kind of like re-rubbed again, looking up. This is not the kind of action I would expect from you. Peeping into the girls' dormitory.
You nasty.
Chucking spears.
To be fair, I know who's in there.
Oh, really? And who is in there?
He's all.
Very well then. Have her come out. I shall give both of you a verbal thrashing.
I will take a physical thrashing if you're handing those out.
Don't you be the soulfire. This is not a Guy Lantern moment.
Hey, he was a monk too. I'm just throwing it out there.
I poked my head in. He's all.
You poke
Here's
your
your
head
javelin.
in. That room is empty. He's almost not in it.
She left.
Off from the other side. Ooh, you got to get it.
Well,
So I'll-
I am waiting.
she ran like a pansy she is.
I'm about to say there's kids. You can't say that. There's children.
Well, Kellen, it would seem your very first action is to cast mending. And unfortunately, that window is in a lot of very small pieces that you are going to have to put together piece by piece by piece.
Fine.
So, as it
Let
stands,
us all know when you find her. I'll get her back for this.
I am not your messenger.
I told
It
you.
wasn't. It wasn't meant
Besides,
to be heard by you.
You and your compatriots here are setting a very bad example for my children.
We're setting a bad example. I'm like, this Arthur is just hearing all of this stuff talking in the. You don't hear this. This is just whispers like in the back. Of, we're setting bad examples. Okay.
I will talk to her, and I will do better.
Good. Now go to bed.
And I fly back up through my window.
See, you was gonna have me get over there. Though I would. You know what? Cast fly on me. I'm gonna jump down there.
What?
No, Caleb. No, don't do it. I like.
I cast invisibility on Arthur.
Look, you're fly.
What is this supposed to do?
Now you can go wherever you want.
No, see, this that non-Rojan stuff that y'all keep getting in trouble with. See, you had already ate the little bite ectoplasm, and then you tried to fly over across the bridge, and then you got caught. And I said that wasn't this. I almost did it. You almost got me, Caleb. You almost got me, but I did not. Then my mom was in the back of my head, and I was like, nah, that doesn't sound smart. That sounds like that non-Rojan stuff. But you got in trouble. I'm going to. You can leave this on me, but I am going to lay in bed. I am not making a mistake. Arthur just. You hear Arthur.
Caleb goes to bed.
Arthur just lays down on the bed, and it's just the divot of his body just sitting there because he's invisible. You gonna get it?
Caleb's going to bed.
Okay.
See, I was planning on having a conversation with Arthur, but then Izal had to go and do that.
I mean, we're still in bed. You can have a conversation, but you did some stupid shit. That's your fault.
Yeah.
I'll go back.
That's it for tonight for him.
Okay,
Caleb, why would
and
you break 2 windows? That's so rude.
Izal. So what did you and the ladies get to that evening?
We tried to talk about hobbies, but it didn't really go very well because our hobbies are very different.
Yep. You kind of understand that dwarven ladies are just different
Yeah.
than southern ladies.
Eventually it gets into like talking about like what the braids mean, and then we wound up braiding like hair because I'm really good at it because I can do my own. So I braided a bunch of girls' hair
Okay.
and avoid the whole situation.
Asshole.
I don't go back up to the room.
Okay. Well, first thing in the morning, Volred, for the very first time in a good long time, actually slept. So,
Well, coma will do that to you.
yeah, pain coma will do that. On the plus side, he's looking a whole lot better today. But Caleb is awoken very early in the morning to begin the process of painstakingly repairing the window in the 3rd floor girls' dormitory.
Not the first time I've had to repair a damn window.
Okay.
Caleb, there's a lot
And
of
then
glass on
that's
the
what
floor
Caleb's
here.
doing for his morning. Izal, Art, what are you guys going to do?
I imagine there's some type of Passover between Caleb and me in the morning.
But
I was like, in order to not get in trouble, will wake up early, probably earlier than Caleb, unless he's studying his book or whatever, and go out and try to find the garden. I don't know where the garden is, but I'm gonna go try to find it.
Okay. Well, as you step off into the main courtyard of this area, it now that you're actually able to see it in the daylight, it looks very different than what you assumed it to look last night. It is filled with color. There are large, kind of those triangle-shaped sunshades, which kind of go between the towers and some pillars all about the central area, flapping in an array of colors, both vibrant and pastel, with this kind of garden of concentric circles. Um, every available square foot here is either some green space that's set aside for recreation, or there are numerous fruit trees and bushes, and all kinds of vine type plants that make their way here. This whole inner courtyard is like one large garden. Upon investigating a little bit more, you find another door which leads off to another section outside the towers. And here you can see a more traditional garden, beyond which you see a few more stables which house everything from chickens to geese, pigs, a number of goats, even some sheep, and a lone dairy cow. When they said that they grow their food here, it's like farm to table. It's like only a couple 100 feet between the farm and the table. It's not large by any means, but it looks as though it is just enough to support the people here, and and put a little bit back.
So I would go out to the logistical garden, the one that actually has like all the fruits and stuff that they would be growing. And I would spend my morning finding seeds, things that I can plant to help to extend it. Find draw empty patches where they've already harvested something, and help try to sprout some of the vegetation a little quicker.
Okay.
Do my due diligence to help out.
Okay. And you resolve?
Apologize to Caleb. But not admit it first, but see what he's doing.
Well, the first time I see Izal, and Izal isn't looking at me, I would cast Grease underneath Izal.
Oh, you bitch.
So that is a 14 DC for dexterity. Yes. You're not raging, so you don't get advantage on it anyways.
I have advantage on any dexterity saving throw that I can see. Either way, it's not
You
good.
fail.
It's a 8.
And then as soon as I see you start to fall, Caleb goes back to work, mending, doesn't even look at you, doesn't even smirk.
Do I have like just grease on it? Like,
Yeah, and unfortunately, like for Caleb, it's a painstaking process of like trying to find two pieces of glass and see if they meet up, and then casting mending on that sliver, or like trying to put together like tiny little small sheets of glass and then mending. So it's a process that takes pretty much his entire morning.
Oh, yeah, and I'm using Mage Hand too, so I have 3 hands going back and forth.
yeah, Malor
Trying to
helping
do-
you out.
Yeah, which Malor can't touch anything. He can just go, I think this one goes with this one.
But yeah, that's how my morning's going.
I feel like I should help. But how? I will prepare the window frame for the glass when it's fixed.
Okay.
It's like,
Thank you.
It requires me taking like the glass shards that are still in there and taking them out, cleaning it up, cleaning up the mayonnaise.
Yep. And by the time you're done with that, it's time for lunch. Okay.
Go on lunch.
So, is there anything that you guys are wanting to get done in these few days that Volred is down?
While me and Izal are actually fixing the window together, I will actually ask her. So, what do you think of this little enclave?
The circle thing?
No,
The
this.
school?
Yeah.
Seems equally as weird as the one we met in the city. Just a different kind of weird.
I got you. This was always my favorite one.
Is it
In
because
terms of
Sybil?
that
Don't
and
get
the
me
atmosphere
down,
she
she's
provides.
pretty hot, but I mean,
It's more about the atmosphere.
I haven't seen any undead since we've been here, other than the shadowy things. I thought you said there'd be like skeletons everywhere.
No, she has them, but she doesn't really have them out all the time.
Special occasions.
But she can call them at a moment's notice. But I was curious what you thought of it because I find this extremely peaceful.
I mean, it's just a school.
Why? Yeah. I wonder if Gander would have enjoyed this.
He might not have made it past the shadowy eyes.
You're not wrong.
Or if he made it into the school, he would never have ventured out.
Yeah. I think we would have had to drug him kicking and screaming. But hopefully he isn't getting himself into trouble anymore.
I think we were the ones who got him in trouble most of the time.
Yeah, he was just along for the ride and got hurt quite a bit too.
Guys, well, Caleb
You're like,
is
up in the
off.
tower.
Well, and I'm like, you're fixing the frame and all that stuff. I
Yeah.
came back upstairs. That's fine. I know where Caleb's supposed to be because he's broke the freaking window.
Yes.
Yo, so the farm is actually pretty rowdy. Have you okay? So there was like this rooster fight. Have you ever seen a rooster fight? It was actually kind of cool. I mean, it wasn't really cool because they were
We call
fighting.
them
forever.
cockfights.
Ew. Why would you call them cockfights?
The cock is a male rooster, male chicken.
Nasty. Anyway, so the rooster fights. I was downstairs and like I heard a whole bunch of like, all the crazy. So I did this speaking with the animals thing. Like I figured out how to do it pretty quickly. And they were two roosters fighting over like a hen because like apparently she's like a bad bitch or whatever. And so like she's in the rooster hen and like they're like both going after. And Cluck Norris and General Sal were fighting each other. And they were like really. Why did you look at me like that?
The fuck you say, Cluck Norris?
One of the roosters' names was Cluck Norris, and the other one was General Sal.
So is the first name General, or is it like a rank in some type of weird chicken military?
I don't know. It might just be like a block name, like.
Haven't you read Animal Farm?
No.
Oh,
So like, I mean, it could just be. I don't know. I didn't really think to ask. They were both fighting and like clawing at each other, but it was kind of cool because like one of not Chuck. Cluck Norris like kind of hopped up there and then like kicked him real quick, and then they saw my big footprints, and they were like, "Where the fuck are you from, you big ass chicken?" And I was like, "I'm not a chicken. I'm a human, and I'll fuck you up." But then I was like, "I'm gonna leave y'all alone because I don't want Sybil getting mad at me and then having all these problems." But anyway, they're rowdy as shit down there at that farm, and like all the goats and stuff were like egging them on. It was cool.
Bet they think they're the cock of the walk.
Again with this cock thing, you horny individual. You just
Oh, I
always
saw
Speak,
you last night.
what?
You beat
What?
me to it.
Did you see yourself last night?
I can't see myself, Caleb. I can't like
You know what I mean.
I mean, I heard myself.
You were thirsty.
The utmost
I
unprofessional.
listen. I can create water, and none of the water that I could create would like take care of that thirst. Man, you should have told me. Sybil is hot. Wait, she's so attractive. Yes. Anyway, trying not to get in trouble. How's the?
Yeah, some jerk broke a bunch of windows last night.
Is all. Is all.
Yeah.
I got her back.
After Caleb ate the mayonnaise that was on the.
He
the thing.
what?
Yeah.
Right.
Like I threw it over there just like to make a mess. I wasn't even aiming for the window. I was like trying to put a bunch of like stuff on the wall to attract bugs and shit.
Yeah. So
That was
Caleb
quickly
ate
cleaned
it.
up.
You ate the. How did you know it's mayonnaise?
That's what I said.
Because I smelled it.
There's a lot of things that smell like mayonnaise that you don't put in your mouth.
Name it. Name one.
Mystery goo in the woods.
Ectoplasm.
I don't know what that tastes
Ectoplasm.
like or smells like.
Ectoplasm does not smell like
How
mayonnaise.
do you
How do you
know?
know? Caleb!
Is this like second season of the lectures that you took here?
I have seen ectoplasm.
I'm gonna ask Sybil.
Okay.
I don't know where she's at.
Sybil can't control what Caleb puts in his mouth.
But I want to see what if she says what ectoplasm smells like.
I gotta
That'd
keep
be
that
it.
bull red energy going,
Eric, ruining our Discord. That's for professional memeing. Stop with the grossness.
Oh, God.
Hey,
Just-
you guys bring it out.
I get the mayonnaise.
Yeah, no. Decided he wanted to just scoop it on up and put it in his mouth. That was so disgusting. It was
Yeah, and it got a reaction out of you.
Is that all it takes for you to do stupid shit? Is just to get a
Have
reaction
you
out of
met
people?
me?
Apparently. Listen, I didn't know you were talking to your book until like a week and a half ago.
It's been 3 weeks, but yes.
Whatever. You know what I mean. You've had that book for like 3 months. And you've been
No, we've known each other for 2.
There would
almost
have
three.
been glass in that mayonnaise.
There was.
What?
I went around it.
You died to a paper cut.
You do take hits very poorly.
When I get hit, yes.
You know what
Which
we
is
need?
almost all the time.
We need to find Gorbeck because we didn't do this dumb shit when he was around. We're too busy trying to focus on him.
Yeah.
You get over. You just put that random white stuff in your mouth. It's so just weird to me. Why do people do that?
I mean, the javelin wasn't even that clean.
Yeah, that's like eating sawagan meat. Who the hell would do that?
Now listen,
See?
if
The
it is
audacity
prepared
of this bitch.
better than Silas made it, it's edible.
Put some mayonnaise
Edible.
on. Put some mayonnaise on that sahagin though.
Yeah, edible is all you can say about that.
That's it. That's as far as that goes. So I mean, I really don't have anything else to do. I've been kind of helping their farm move along. They had a whole bunch of just like random spots where they had already picked up some things.
A dog in here?
Yeah, it's periwinkle. So yeah, they're just
Part of that cockfight.
he's egging them on right now.
No, he's playing mediator.
He's got money
Come
on the
on,
fight.
guys.
Periwinkle put 20 gold
egging
on.
them on. Anyway, so there's, but yeah, there's still some other like spots that I can fill in, but it's not going to take me a whole another day. And there's not really a lot of cool wildlife. Though, if I could find a giant owl, that would be kind of cool.
I heard there was an owlbear.
I don't even know what that is, to be honest.
I would assume it's the worst aspects of an owl and a bear. And I wanna hit it.
Do you want to go try to find one?
Oh, I'm all for it, but Caleb's got a whole another window to fix.
Oh yeah, shit.
The other one's not nearly as bad. It'll only take me about an hour.
Yeah, because someone knows how to throw a javelin.
Yeah, I didn't. I just.
Who could have done it? Ooh. Those
But,
rowdy boys.
Find the owlbear.
besides. Go ahead.
Do you want to find the owlbear?
I think the boys know where they're at. The last place they might have seen it.
Sure.
So, but here's the deal. We have to find the owlbear and watch it for a little bit. I just have to just understand it a little bit, then we can fight it. Don't just immediately go in there and try to punch it a couple of
Is
times.
that so you can do the weird shifty thingy?
It's so yes, but I
Yeah,
don't know.
But would you turn into an owl or a bear?
I would. I don't know if I would. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to turn into an owl yet. So either if I could just turn into an owl, that'd be great. But I don't know what an owlbear is, so I don't know how that's gonna work. But I just have to look at it. I have to understand it. Like the survival goddess said, you just kind of have to understand how it moves, how it works, how it lives, how it breathes,
Okay.
and then I might have a better understanding of it. But I don't. We just have to look at it for a little while.
And I can help
Alright.
you identify its vulnerable points.
Good. Yeah. Do that. Sure.
Yeah.
I can help you with that if you want to turn invisible so they can't find you.
That would work.
Just want to do
Wait,
this.
that would work.
Do this in a couple days.
Or
Um,
like tomorrow.
Something else that I want to try and do is I want to get with Sybil and see if she can teach me a spell. I will.
Sybil.
I'm going to. I'll message you what spell I'm looking for, Eric,
Okay.
to see if it's even.
Sort of get with
Bible.
Sybil end statement.
So what are you going to ask Sibyl for?
Wait, Eric, I need to message you something real quick.
I'll entertain everybody.
Of course. Yeah. It's like everyone needs a piece of the dungeon master at the moment.
So
Especially when he's the bill.
I'm gonna ask all the kids about where this owl bear might have been. How big it was. Would it attack anything? Is it bigger than a bear? Smaller than an owl? Could it fly?
Yeah.
I suppose we should take the glass off of Volred's body from last night.
That was already done before I went to bed.
I don't know. You were busy licking mayonnaise off of
Yes,
things.
that's done daily.
Son of a bitch. So yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I technically haven't started the day yet, so cool.
You were
So-
in a cockfight. What are you talking about? I was thinking, when you told
Caleb.
that story, I was thinking you were going to go to where you wild shaped into a chicken and fought them with like monk fighting style. I was like, fuck.
That's for
Kicking chicken.
later. That's
Yeah.
for later.
Suddenly became a druid of the Talon. He just dove all into the whole thing, chicken thing.
Fucking
He's
Blaziken.
Kilmo. He's a
Yes?
chicken that isn't a chicken. And every bit is deadly.
The cowardly rooster.
Oh, no, I mean, he gets it. It's a reference to sort of truth. But,
Yes.
anyway, you managed to find Sabine as she is researching and flipping through some books. And it looks like she's in the process, you would guess, of perhaps creating a new spell. As you do see evidence of some kind of arcane geometry, and it looks like she's trying to mold some magic stuff. And it looks like she's got some books that you hadn't recognized previously that are written in script and language you have never seen before. But as
May
you
have seen this before.
are you having Maylor check, and you're gonna?
I'm going to send him the picture of it in my mind.
Okay. That is a really good question. Let me see if Maylor has seen this before. Nope.
Okay.
It's got like really. It would almost kind of look like abyssal or infernal, but it's definitely not.
All right.
Well, Ari was over there laughing, so I was like, "Is there something in the Discord I missed?"
Yeah, it's just for me.
Slightly.
It's not horribly distracting, unlike some people.
Oh, just adding to the lore. I see. But as far as Maylor can tell, it's not abyssal or draconic, and doesn't actually even seem as though it's from a similar vein. But no clue. But Sabine kind of glances at you. Ah, Callum. I assume if you have come here, you have finished repairing the windows, yes?
Yes.
Good. Well, now that that is done, your actual chores can begin.
That's part of why I'm here. Another one is I was hoping you might be able to help me find a spell that I've been looking for.
I see. What exactly are you looking for?
It is a spell called Wither and Bloom.
Let's see. Yes, I believe I know that one. It would have been a very long time ago. One moment. And she starts pulling out some books and flipping through, and she finds this really old leather book that like it's got like different layers of leather on top of it, and a lot of them are kind of curling and getting really old and cracked. It's like, ah, yes, it is something that existed in my master's book. It has been a very long time since I've cast it myself. Um, but yes, it is here. Why? Do you wish to learn it?
Yes, I do. Um, I was researching ways to try and help as well as hinder enemies. And that is one of the few ways that I've found in my researches that can actually do it. I just haven't been able to find the spell to get it.
Let's see. Well, that is certainly a useful spell to have. So feel free to copy it if you wish. Uh,
Do you
is
mind?
that
And
it?
yes and no. That's what I initially came up here for. But looking around, it looks like you are creating your own spell with arcane geometry.
Oh,
That's a new task I didn't see you have before.
she kind of gestures. Not so much the developing of a new spell, but rather uh, dabbling in a new discipline.
And do you mind if I ask what you're planning on, what you're trying to do?
Well, I had someone come through uh, a few months back uh, and ask for some unique items that I possessed. And in payment, he gave me this book, along with some notes on the subject. It is a primer on a very rare form of magic called noctomancy. Uh,
Necromancy, is that what you said?
Noctomancy, yes, more colloquially known as shadow magic.
I've heard of it spoken, but never seen it or mm, heard that it was actually practiced.
Yes, it is an exceptionally rare discipline, it seems. And it took me a while. As you can see, the book here is written in Shadow Tongue, which obviously is not a language that is commonly spoken in the Prime Material. So it took
And
some time to decode it.
and you've decoded it?
I'm in the process.
Okay.
I am only beginning to delve the mysteries of this particular font of magic. If it becomes complete, it means I should be able to add some exciting new spells to my repertoire.
Yeah. I am curious, what is the effects on reading that with the comprehend languages spell? What does that reveal to you?
Well, you can, of course, cast the spell of comprehension upon the text, and it will translate it. But as you understand, uh, the spell gives a rather direct, a literal translation, and the manner of speaking and word choice is very different between what we might commonly know and the shadow tongue. So most of it can only make fractions of sense.
That's fair. I was kind of curious how that worked with that.
Yes. Unfortunately, the speech is exceptionally alien.
Yeah, I unfortunately also do not speak that. Otherwise, I would try and do more to help. Um, Is there anything that I can assist you with in this?
Well, no, unfortunately, this is an area of study. Um, Assuming it works, then perhaps I'll pick up some new skills or be able to train others in this particular brand of magic. I'm just trying to be careful because while the shadow weave is not immoral but amoral, that does not mean it doesn't have risks associated with it.
Yes. As practicing new magics in any form has risks, as you are fully aware.
Yes, but then again, I consider this investigation safer than perhaps some of the stuff the council at the Athenaeum conducts. So,
Yes. Um, I do have another question. Um, we ran into a necromancer not too long ago. Um, under the name of Kaomir, I think her name was. No, that's her follower. Um, DM, I'm trying to remember what the actual necromancer's name was. Do you?
I don't think you guys ever got it.
Okay. Do we?
Did we get the necromancer's name for the temple that we were investigating?
Yeah.
Um, Maybe you guys did collect some notes, but
Oh, we never went through them yet.
yeah. And I believe Gander actually dropped most of those notes off at the Lyceum.
Right. Um. All right. Then the question I have would be different. Um. I will give her the place that we were just at, and will ask her if she knows anything about the necromancer who used to be there, and if they have any active followers, and where we should look.
Well, I have heard of the name Renduran, though he was before my time. Um, but I can't say that I know anything more about him other than I've just heard his name. For my understanding is that he died. Well, failed at Lichdom. But as for the location, I'm not aware of anything that would be new. A ziggurat beneath the ground is interesting, um, as ziggurats are generally created in order to focus celestial power. So it may not necessarily be an issue of that particular area is necessary for some sort of necromantic ritual, but more specifically, it is just a fane of power. There are many such places throughout the world. Uh, so, as for who this woman is, I cannot say. But I imagine she was using some manner of amplifier or necromantic device, as
Yeah.
the capabilities you espoused are generally greater than most necromancers are capable of. So, unless she is a master necromancer and knows a great many spells that I do not, which of course is possible, she most likely had some fell artifacts helping her do her work.
What I thought as well. I was thinking maybe the skull that you ran off with.
Yes.
But I was hoping you might have some insight into this because what we walked into was way more than what we thought we were going into.
I see. Yes, I would imagine so. But still, I'm afraid I cannot give you any more information on that. If you do learn anything more about her particular skills or the artifact in question, please let me know. I will do what I can to provide you answers in that regard.
I appreciate it. And I'm going to go off to a corner and I'm going to do my copying of the spell that I did before in the shop. And 4 minutes later, I'll close the book and hand it back to her. Thank you very much. And with that, I will head down. Well, actually, after that, I will ask what my next chore would be.
Ah, so good. I thought you were just about to leave without asking. She kind of reached down, takes a slip of paper. These are the herbs and vegetables I need taken from the garden for tonight's dinner.
It will be done.
Good.
Who cited as well?
Hmm.
And I'll turn around and I'll
Well,
say,
we have more mouths to feed now.
yes, I will get on it. I'll head down to go do that.
Okay. Anything else you guys are gonna do?
Waiting on Caleb. Caleb, ready to go?
Yes. Hang on. I have this to go do really quick.
What is it?
I have to pick herbs as penance for, well, as payment for the rest of the spell.
Do you
You have to
need
pick herbs?
help?
Yes. And what'd you say is all?
Do you need help?
Sure.
These herbs out in the garden?
Yes.
Yeah, I can help you do that. That should be easy.
Let's do that really quick and then we can get these set up and then we can go check on that owlbear.
Fuck up the environment. Divide and conquer. Go!
Woo!
Naruto run. My goodness.
Okie dokie. Alright, so you guys go pick herbs and then you guys are going to go try and hunt down an owl bear?
Using whatever information that I have gleaned from the children, who probably made
Very-
up half of their shit.
Very reliable sources.
Oh, wait, so we're going to rely on the children more than we would rely on Carl?
You could also use Carl if you could find a Carl-like substitute.
Trash.
I fully don't really. I just need a general idea of the direction from the kids. Just like we got a general idea of the direction from Carl.
Okay.
But yes, let's head out.
Alright. So, who is going to be heading this trek through the forests?
Arthur.
This one, me.
Just realize that neither one of you can see in the dark.
Literally been saying that like this whole time.
Yeah, but we used to have like other people in the party that could.
Oh, we are sans 2 additional people who can see in the dark.
Gander invented those goggles that let him see in the dark. He is gone. Volred could see in the dark. He is gone. I'm getting worried about myself.
And then those goggles, he just took them with him.
What a jerk.
So rude.
Alright. So, um, so does someone want to roll survival? Someone want to
Got
roll
it.
nature? Okay.
I could do nature if that's something.
Okay. And are you going to contribute anything, is all?
I'm gonna roll for attack.
Woo.
Or if they think they need the assistance. I'm not really a helper.
22.
I rolled a 25.
22 on nature, 25 on survival.
See? I'm just here to attack things. They don't need me.
Yeesh. Okay. So, as you guys are kind of looking around, Caleb, knowing the limited knowledge you have about owlbears and how they work, you kind of start bringing the group up near towards the mountainsides. And Arthur, you spent a lot of time in bear form. And so you spend a lot of the early afternoon trying to distinguish tracks that appear to be bear tracks. But as far as you can tell, like you travel one and it's like, okay, just regular bear. You do another one that's just regular bear. You do find another set of tracks that appears bear-like but slightly larger, and his claws have a bit more of a hook on them. You assume this could be the creature you're looking for, or it could just be another regular bear, just bigger and in desperate need of a trip to the nail salon.
These claw marks look weird, but I don't know if that means if this is our owl bear or if this is just some random bear who has no personal hygiene.
It'd be worth investigating, at least.
Can I look for feathers?
Okay, sure.
Yay.
Roll a search check. No. Investigation or perception, your choice.
I'm gonna perceive them.
Okay.
20. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Looking
Okay.
for feathers.
All right. You pass off into a section of brush, and you do find a rather large, heavily damaged purple feather that shines with a slight prismarine hue when exposed to sunlight.
We found a feather.
Is it like an owl?
Very nice.
I don't know much about owls. I really don't know that much about bears either. But it's long and colorful.
I don't really know what an owl bear is, or else I feel like I'd be more helpful, but I don't know.
What's a distinguishing feature about owls?
Their beak, they turn their head all the way around. Like, they fly very quietly. Like there could be a lot of different things. They have really big eyes too. I don't know if that's what you're looking for though.
Just a thought. Pretty sure if the kids know what an owlbear is, I'm pretty sure we would too.
Probably should have asked them.
Well, I mean, you guys have heard stories about owlbears.
Yes.
You've probably even seen pictures of them. Whether or not you guys are storied lore masters of owlbears, I don't know.
Yeah.
Got feathers and fur.
So,
Claws.
yes, I think this would match what we are looking for. I think we are on the right track.
This one's got color to it though, right?
Yeah?
Well, owls wouldn't typically be colorful.
Really?
Well, it really depends on the type.
So an owl that's meant for stealth hunting at night,
Well, this is also an owl bear.
meant for loud hunting at day.
I don't know.
Huh?
But I do know that feather is proof enough that something is out here.
I'll take this clue feather, stick it right in the hair right here. And if we get attacked by something that's not an owlbear that has a feather like this, we'll know that it wasn't an
It's
owlbear.
not that.
Yeah.
As a clue
Then-
for later.
How long has this taken us?
You're mid-afternoon, and you would guess that you're probably about 2 or 3 miles north of the towers.
You guys want to keep going?
Well, yeah.
Let's
Well,
do
a
it.
feather.
Let's keep going.
Arthur,
Mhm.
investigate this feather to turn into an owlbear.
Nope, that's not how it works. Is all.
Fine.
I like
Um,
your energy, but yeah.
Caleb, as you guys press farther north into a particularly dense part of the forest, you find another feather, and Arthur, some evidence of additional footprints, though these appear kind of old. And as you guys push forward a little bit more, you do find a cave entrance that goes kind of like a 45-degree down underground, and it has a very narrow top, like only about 5 foot in height, but very wide opening, as if it's just kind of like a fissure that broke open in the rock.
Does that look weird to you guys?
Looks like a cave.
I mean, I get that it looks like a cave. I'm just saying, does the cave look weird? Like, I feel like that we shouldn't be seeing this cave. At least like this. Yes? No? Maybe so?
I would tend to agree, but
Think it
this is
looks
where
like-
this leads.
It looks like a natural formation of a cave to me.
I mean, you're the rock person, so I don't know.
Eric, does it seem like a natural formation of a cave?
Yeah, particularly ones that might open up if there's like a less dense section of stone or sediment sandwiched between two pieces of rock that eventually washed out.
Sediment. Looks pretty normal.
Alright.
Are there clues of owlbears?
Let's say, do I see any of those tracks leading into this cave?
You do see tracks both leading in and out in varying freshness.
Are they all the same size?
Yep, pretty similar in size.
Well, it looks like this is the area, at least.
Do you want
Yeah.
me to? Go ahead. Do you want me to go ahead and cast invisibility on you, and you can go ahead?
Sure.
Because I'm pretty sure if I go in there, any noise I make, the dead will wake up.
Oh, that's way better than my idea. I think we smoke them out.
Oh no, I have to be able to watch them for a while.
So,
Then smoke 'em.
I will cast invisibility, and we will. At least I'm going to hide out here so that you can go sneaking in and observe.
And if we hear horrifying screams, we'll assume it's you. Make a nut
Yeah.
joke.
That didn't work out very well with the last person that had to do that.
That's fair.
Make a better nut joke.
I don't think that was the issue.
Sweet nut milk. Just yell that as loud as you can. We'll
I would
know-
yell that anyway, but
we'll know it's
anyway. No, I will. I will go in. If you already cast invisibility, right?
That is correct.
Okay, cool. All right. I guess I'll see you guys in a little bit. Wait, Caleb, how long does this last?
An hour.
Okay, cool. All right. If I get in trouble, I will book it out of there.
We'll just see chicken tracks walking in there. They point
All right,
out.
I will go in.
Okay. You get about 60 feet into the cave before the light drops to the point to where you can't really see.
Fuck.
Um, but you do kind of start hearing the echoes of slow breathing.
Um, can I stay along the side of the wall?
Sure.
Cool. Can't observe it if I can't see.
Can you wild shape while in invisibility? That's not a spell.
Yep.
Ooh,
As long as the spell was cast on him before he wild shaped.
trying to think which
And
one.
you're not
I
attacking.
have.
You're not casting a spell. So those are typically.
Yeah, I
your
still
favorite
need to
spells.
remember which one has dark vision.
Not
Pretty
the
sure
cat.
it's the rat. I know. I'm pretty sure it's the rat.
Yeah, it's, as long as the target that attacks or casts a spell, it ends.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be casting a spell. So yeah, you're good.
Okay, well then I will wild shape into the rat.
The invisible
Okay.
rat.
With chicken feet.
There's like 4 tiny chicken feet now. 2 chicks are following there.
All right, I now have dark vision for 30 feet.
Caleb, probably should have sent your bat in there.
I can, but my bat's not invisible.
No, it's a bat in a cave, though.
Yes, with an owlbear.
So,
Pretty sure
Arthur,
bats in there have already been eaten.
your little rodent eyes kind of adjust, and you see this massive sleeping bear-like shape in front of you. However, the fur looks much coarser than you would expect. And as it kind of shifts its weight just a little bit, you can see the slight gleam, the prismatic kind of reflection from what little bit of light actually makes it up from the forest above. And you can definitely at least make out that this is not a normal bear.
All right, well, during that period of time, now that I can see it, I will just watch it for the time being. There's no way for me to tell if it's what kind of bear it is unless I move closer, right?
Yeah, and you're kind of seeing its back, but
It's big old butt.
Yeah, I mean, I'll move a little bit closer to see if there's any way that I can safely see what exactly it is.
okay. So you start kind of patting around to the other side of this little section of the cave, and then you see the large form just kind of roll over just a little bit, and you see instead of the face of a bear, like the white feathered face of an owl. And it's got a really long beak, and like its talons are really curled and sharp. You can even start to make out it looks like the section between its front legs and its torso are actually connected by some kind of vestigial wings.
It's like, cool. I mean, I'm just going to, now that I know that's what it is, I'm going to back up a little bit further just to where it's in sight, but not at least enough room for me to be able to run away if it comes at me.
Okay.
And then I will continue to monitor its actions until I need to find something else.
Cool. I am just going to point this out in case this changes anything for you. You are aware that an owl bear is a monstrosity and not a beast, right?
Yeah, I know that as the player, I know that.
Okay.
But as Arthur, he's like, oh, this is something interesting and exotic to look at. Maybe I could change into it eventually.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
keep changing into a bear every time you try. Like, fuck.
Basically.
Me and Alex were just talking
It's
about
like,
that.
I know
literally
it's a
just typed it.
monstrosity, but I don't know if Sean does. But
I
No.
I
I'm
know it's a monstrosity.
I
Arthur,
was just making sure that Ari was not about to like in the next fight
Get
you get
upset with
into,
you.
just be like, I'm gonna turn into an owlbear and be like,
Arthur's
actually,
going to.
just a bear.
Arthur's
just a
going
bear.
to attempt to turn into the owlbear, but it'll just be the bear.
Or an owl. And
Or an
who
owl.
just
You
can't
never know.
fly.
Yeah.
Still can't fly, so no climb or fly speed.
Yeah, and you can stay there. This owl bear seems to be in some form of hibernation, and it is sleeping.
Oh, nice. So, and I can recognize that it's in some type of hibernation. So, when this all wants to come in and bash its head in, she gets a good free shot.
Yeah.
How long's
Possible.
it been, Caleb?
Been about 10 minutes.
So, if you guys need to have a conversation, you can have it. I'm going to stay in there.
Until
So I think I have to study it for at least an hour before I can change stuff. So, like, I have to be able to observe this creature for an extended period of time. Most DMs rule it that it needed to be at least an hour of constant watching to be able to understand its movements and how it works. So that's my understanding of it. If Eric wants to make it like 30 minutes, that's cool too. But I'm supposed to look at it for an extended period of time.
Do you think it's just the one bear?
what do you mean?
I don't know. I don't know.
You think there's just one bear in there?
I don't know. Like, bears, do they hang out in groups?
They can, but
Do,
most
like, do owl bears hang out in groups?
that I have no idea.
Are they solitary creatures? They hunt in packs?
Well, from the looks of this, all the tracks I'm seeing are all one size, so I'm not seeing that this owlbear has more than one with it. They could be of the same size or similar size to where I can't tell a distinction. But from what I'm seeing, there's only one bear in there.
They look really dangerous. We don't get a lot of these up north because they're not exactly an apex predator in the mountains.
I haven't really been face to face with one before, but
God, 'cause you're
I've
probably
definitely,
dead.
yes, I could face a goblin and die. But yes, I have seen that they are very dangerous creatures to be around. But as for our capabilities, I don't know where we stand because I haven't personally faced one.
So we go there and we fight. I don't know if we should beat up the owlbear, but is it close enough to where it's dangerous to the cat? Can you use the sending thing and tell them like, hey, we might have found the owlbear. Should we take care of it? Is there something we need? Is it a
Yeah,
danger
I
to
can
the
do that.
school? Because then I feel a little better if we had to go fight and kill it. If it was like for a reason and not just because Arthur wanted to look at it and I got bored for more than 2 hours.
Yes, I could definitely reach out to Sybil and see.
Tell her I said hi.
Give me just one moment. I'm going to prepare to cast Sending to Sybil. One second, I'm typing it out because I will screw it up.
That's cheat.
Yes, and I'm not Kelter.
It's not cheating. It's just not as fun.
Oh, I typed out my ones I prepared beforehand, but if I was just winging it,
Yeah.
let's see how close I can get.
All right, I'm ready. I'm not doing the full thing.
You could add more words.
I could, but I'm not Jester.
Are you pooping?
Um, I'm going to cast the sending spell to Sibyl. I'm going to say, "Hello, Sibyl. We have found the owlbear, and we were curious if it is a danger to the school or anything around it. Should we take care of it?" Izal says hi.
There's a few moments where it kind of pops in. Kill him, child. I do not believe the owlbear represents any threat. If not, or if it does, the guardians will take care of it. But you do what you wish. Bring me the corpse if you can.
Izal will see Caleb with a small smirk. Um, she says it doesn't really pose a threat, but if we wanted to kill it, bring the corpse back.
That's like two things. I carry it back too. I'll be tired afterwards. Well, if it's not going to pose a threat, I don't feel like we should attack it.
I agree. So I'm okay just waiting until Arthur comes out. And if Arthur is planning on staying in there for an entire hour, this would be the point where invisibility drops.
It's a good thing you said we should wait for Arthur to come back out, because I was about to just yell into the cave. Hey Arthur, we're not going to attack it. But since you said that, I wasn't going to do that.
Well, I mean, I still feel like the owlbear is not going to wake up. It's still in its hibernating.
Yeah. And what you know of bears, like bears this far south, don't like really hibernate in the traditional sense, but they can and do go to sleep for days or weeks at a time. They just kind of will sleep for a long time and then get up and eat and then be awake for a few days and then kind of go back to sleep. So,
Okay.
but it's not a true hibernation.
Well, if I still don't feel like I'm in any danger, but I will head out now. And go meet with everybody.
And as Arthur is heading back, I will tell Izal, my spell just dropped concentration.
Oh shit!
He's no longer invisible.
Is that like it
Did we hear anything?
stopped early, or?
No, it's just been an hour.
Oh.
I didn't expect him to be. I didn't expect him to be in there for very long.
No screams from the cave.
Yep. And Arthur, little rat there kind of goes cheep, 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 cheep. And then all of a sudden, giant owl just swoops down, picks you up.
He takes the 1 point of damage, goes into Arthur form, and sounds like, what the fuck? He just decks it. Look over you big old bird.
Well, I will scurry out as a rat. And then as soon as I'm out of the cave and I can see...
We didn't see you turn into the rat. We saw you turn invisible.
That's true.
Oh, fuck that big one.
Kill it! Kill it with fire! No,
I will turn back into Arthur and just be like, I'm going to walk back towards them and be like, so I know what an owlbear is now.
Does it have one of these?
It's in there, and there's only one, but it looks like it's sleeping. So, I mean, if you want to go in there and kill it, you might be able to do it pretty quickly. But I don't think... I mean, I just watched it. It's peaceful. It doesn't really do anything right now. I'm sure it'll probably do something if it's awake, but Right now it's asleep, so.
Yeah, and I talked to Sybil, and she said that it poses no threat. So I don't see any reason on killing it.
What if
Cool.
I attacked it barehanded?
What?
Like, no weapons. So you got something cool from the huntress goddess. I
Yeah.
don't know.
I also fight with my hands.
I can
Didn't you
fight
say you had to
with my
fight with bare
hands.
hands?
I can fight with my hands.
Well,
Can.
well.
It's a matter of attrition at that point.
I was like, who's gonna stay up longer?
But here at the owlbear, I was like, that's why I was like, ooh, this could be fun.
That's funny. Yeah, so Arthur is like, well, we can go. I watched it. I don't think I really truly understand it, but I watched it, and I feel like I understand more about owlbears. But I don't know if I want to try turning into one right now.
But yeah, I think we're good to go.
Alright.
Cool.
If it attacks anyone, though, we're gonna fuck up that owlbear.
Yeah, if it attacks people, obviously that makes the most sense.
Carve a holy symbol on the stone face. Like, there we go. I don't even know where you're at.
Okay. So, you guys travel back to the Whispering Towers. It takes you guys maybe an hour to do so. You guys are coming back right around dusk.
Ooh, I have a
and as
quick
you,
question.
yeah,
Were there other feathers by the cave? Because if there were, I want to get like as many as I could.
yeah,
Oh, just get a whole bunch of them.
yeah, you could probably find like a dozen good feathers.
Awesome. Alright, that was it.
Okay. And then as you guys are kind of approaching like the no man's land around the Whispering Towers, you guys get the scent of cooking meat kind of wafting through the meadow. As you guys kind of approach inward, it looks like schools and such, the lessons have kind of wrapped up for the day. And the children appear to be in their recreational time.
Good for the day. I don't have any other plans.
I'm gonna go spread some lies.
The only other plans I have for the duration of Volred recovering is studying the spellbook that I got and seeing if there's anything I can glean.
Arthur's
Which spell book?
The spellbook that I got from Izal.
Okay. Did I send you a list of those spells yet?
Nope.
Okay, I need to do that.
We generally, like, whenever I do search a spell, you find a spell that you want to give me, and you just give it to me.
Yep, pretty much.
Arthur, what were you doing?
I'm just gonna help out in the garden and keep making sure that plants are growing and stuff for the children.
I'm gonna get a wooden post and set it up against the wall and try to get as much attention from all the kids as possible. Everyone, look over here. We saw an owlbear today.
Okay.
Sleeping in
Yeah,
its
and people are
cage.
just they're kind of talking back and forth. One's like, "See, it's got the purple feathers and everything."
Who wants a feather?
None of them seem like super excited, but a couple of the girls are like, "Oh yeah, okay."
Cool.
I'm like, "Oh yeah, we'll braid this into your hair. It'll be awesome." And the guys are like, yeah, that's cool."
A bunch of weird kids. This must be a northern thing.
Yeah. Who wants to play with the body parts?
They're called feathers. They're trophies. Let's give them out to the kids who want.
Yeah.
And I start throwing javelins at the wooden post because I'm a little upset.
Okay. As you guys are kind of doing that, Caleb, you spot a ruin coming out of the boys' dormitory um, with all his gear packed and was kind of making his way to the front door. Um,
We go up
and
to him before he leaves.
yeah, he kind of makes a beeline when he kind of sees you as you kind of approach. Well, old friend, it would seem that this part of my duty is done. So now it's back to a little bit of time adventuring. So I'm going to ship out and ship on, as it were.
Where are you off to this time?
Uh, Not entirely sure. I think I'm going to head to Night Harbor, check out the Abbey of Revelry. They have it's a temple to, well, the god of debauchery. So figure I might see that at least first place. And then, from my understanding, is there's some ruins to check out along the western border of the Silver Mountains. So I think I'm going to kind of take a look at some of that. But first, I'm going to make a pass up to Fernmorden and pick up some supplies before I
Alright.
ship out.
The ruins that he described, those are ruins that I had been to, or no?
No. Carol
Okay.
Mare is up by Eladin.
Okay.
He's talking about ruins that are off the western edge of the Silver Mountains on the border of Ashgar.
Okay.
That's that's like 300 miles away east of Eladin.
We were in the Silver Mountains.
Yep.
So you are planning to go that far?
Oh, I go all over the place, really. Just kind of takes to figure out. I spent some time in Avedon. I actually spend a lot of time in the northeastern part of the kingdom. I kind of like it most. I mean, you have Night Harbor, you have Avedon, and honestly, it's pretty close to Ashgar and the Three Cities, so it's a lot of adventure to be had. Plus, you get away from all those stuck-up pricks over in the capital.
That's fair. Um, do you have an adventuring party, or do you just freelance?
Freelancing at the moment. I'm sure I'll pick something up in Night Harbor or Avedon, if necessary. Especially when you get up in that part of the world, there's no shortage of adventurers who need a little bit of work.
And they can always use a wizard like yourself.
Especially one mastered in aberration.
Yes. But
Abjuration.
It's
Yes, I
like-
misspoke.
Aberration.
I saw that you were leaving, and I wanted to reach out and wish you luck. And
Well,
stay
thank you.
safe until we meet again.
Well, good. You do the same thing as well. Looks like you packed on a little bit of muscle. You still an initiate of the first circle, or you managed to pick up a second one?
I'm a little bit past the second one. I'm an initiate of the third.
Well, you're catching up at least.
Yeah. I feel like anytime we're out and about, you're always one step ahead.
Well, last time it was 2 steps ahead, and now I'm only 1. So
Yeah.
I suppose
feel-
next time we meet, you'll be 1 ahead of me.
We'll see, but more than likely we'll be the same.
Yeah.
But
By the way,
it's been nice seeing you. I'm glad you were here.
Hi.
It's always nice being in this area.
Yes, of course. I figure while I'm up at that part of the world, I might go and see Master Godfrey. It's been a little time since I've been out that area.
Yeah.
Indeed. How long's it been since you went and saw Eldenvoss?
Been about 5-6 months.
It's quite a long time for you.
Yeah, since the last time I came out here. Because last time I went and saw him, I made my way over here and stayed here for a couple months after I dropped a new student off.
Aye, well, I gotta give it to you though. Not very many of the students can stay a whole lot of time there. That place is so fucking weird. But in either case, I don't remember much of it myself. That whatever is going on out there. But yeah,
There's a-
so
There's a lot people don't remember about it, but the lessons they learned there stick with them. And that's always
Well,
a trippy feeling.
that's certainly true. Yes, it definitely feels odd to kind of show up at a place and then spend 6 months there and then leave and then not hardly remember anything about the place you were just at. It's kind of weird, you know. But
I will say it's taken some getting used to.
right. Well, in any case, it's good. It's good that you visit him from time to time because I don't know that many of the other students wish to. But then again, we must. He's the head of the ring mostly because of his power and notoriety. You know.
That, and I don't think anybody wishes to take that responsibility from him.
Well, yes, I know. I can say that for sure. I know. Lady Sabine once said that one of the only reasons she agreed to join the ring was because of Master Eckert's reputation.
Yeah.
So, and to be honest, I've managed to get a few jobs over in Abaddon with one of the local Lyceums there simply because they knew I was part of the ring.
He is
So I guess he has some sort of a reputation even outside the ring.
he is very well known. I haven't really actually talked to people outside the ring about him. I probably should just to see what type of reputation he has. Because I
Aye.
only know of his reputation on the inside because I lived with him.
Aye. Well, from what I understand, one of the Lyceum masters I spoke with, now granted, he's not one of the pricks, you know, from the capital. He's actually a pretty nice gent, all things considered. But he had actually told me that Master Eckert was actually offered a position at the Athenaeum and turned it down.
That I did know, because he didn't like the way it was run.
Aye,
And
but as far as this individual was concerned, Master Eckert is as powerful as any Magus. So,
yeah, but
I
next
suppose it
time
just goes to show that you don't need a fancy education to become a Master Magus.
very true. And that is something that we are all teaching by learning from these individuals. You
Yep.
yourself didn't go to a fancy school, and look at you now.
Well, yes, but as you know, part of the reason I didn't get to go to the Athenian is because I'm not technically a citizen of the kingdom. You know, I'm from the free cities, so
Yes.
uh, no fancy state education for me. I have to do everything the old-fashioned way. But anyway, there's not much daylight left, so I'm going to try to make it up to Oberlin Thorpe before night completely hits me, and then I should be able to make it to uh, Aberden or
All right.
Ogdenburn sometime in
Well,
the morning. So where do you guys think you'll be heading off to once you're done?
after this, we're not sure. We did try to delve into a old necromancer's crypt, I should say, and in doing so, we lost a friend of ours, and that's why we came here. And
Aye,
thankfully, she was able to revive him, but he still has a couple days recovery before we're even able to move.
aye,
I'll
yeah.
have to talk to the others to see where we're planning on going, but
It's
I
kind of
think
funny how that all works, doesn't it? You know, I traveled with a cleric not that long ago. One of those Ashgaran fellas.
yeah,
I don't really remember exactly whatever, because you know they don't really do gods so much there. Like they have a god, but then they got saints or martyrs or whatever the hell else they call them. Anyway, so he revered this woman goddess, but not a goddess type thing, and we had an individual die in combat, and you know she just popped him up, and it seemed like a pretty straightforward process. But I guess that's the difference between the will of the gods and us arcanists trying to circumvent fate.
And I didn't have the. I'm definitely not strong enough to be able to cast what she casts.
Shut
I
mother am I.
I wish I were, because if I was, we wouldn't have been in that situation to begin with. And that is a lesson hard learned.
Right. Right. Well, as I said, I'm going to shove off and, well, if you're able to reach out sometime, I suppose I could always shoot you sending.
I
Um,
could, I've picked that up as well, and I will definitely reach out. About how
right.
long do you think it'll take you to get over to where you're going?
The place I'm going, perhaps a week. As I said, I need to take a stop off at Master Worm's place. Uh,
Alright. I'll reach
just to
out to
go
you
for.
about a week and a half and see how things are going with you.
All right. Well, still, if you ever manage to make it up near my neck of the woods, just let me know.
Most definitely. Safe travels.
All right.
I'm gonna head out. He's gonna
Yeah.
have a fun time with Worm. That's gonna be interesting.
Yeah. Okay. It is about this time that the dinner bell rings.
Woo!
So,
Love, it's time for dinner.
yeah. Whole rotisserie chicken, based pork ribs, all kinds of vegetables.
Oh, shit, this place is great.
Nice. They even roasted the vegetables.
Yeah. And fruit cocktail for dessert
Hold the fruit.
with
give me
sweet
the cocktail.
cream.
They have a wealth of more fruits now because I've been helping them grow their plants again.
So, anything else you guys want to do?
I'm good.
I'm all out of dumb shit.
You are?
I mean, I can think of something.
I'm pretty sure the alchemy jug has refilled.
I know.
And next time, can you do like a easily like verified liquid next time if you're gonna do that? Because I don't know if I can handle Caleb just randomly looking up some random goopy shit again without knowing what it is.
I assume Caleb has to help serve food. It's part of his helpy thingy.
Wow, I like how you're putting words in the DM's mouth.
I'm just that grasping at straws here.
Yeah, Caleb's got a lot of chores while he's here.
I will help Caleb.
250 gold worth of chores.
I will
Save
help
money.
Caleb also serve food.
I will not.
When I think he's adequately distracted, I will use the alchemy jug to create a pint of oil and pour it right behind him. And then walk away.
You're just gonna pour the oil behind him and that's it?
Yeah.
But he's gonna keep walking.
Walking forward.
Well, if he's like at a table serving food forward, you have to step
Oh,
backwards
you want me to step-
away to move away from him. He got me with oil earlier, so I gotta get my revenge.
What do you mean you had to get your revenge? You literally made him have to repair 2 windows.
That was
Because
my revenge.
Caleb,
Potato,
uh,
potato.
you as you're kind of walking through, you're stepping on some oil. You almost kind of think that maybe you dipped over some of that broth on the floor. It's also got kind of a viscous texture. You're like, oh, that's kind of disgusting.
Yeah.
So I didn't trip.
That is.
No, it's
Awesome.
oil. It's not the grease spell.
Good.
You might be
That
oil is not slippery.
lightly flammable.
And it's a wooden floor. There's plenty of traction.
I look around.
Now it's
Well,
going to
see,
stain the
what is-
wood.
That's gonna cause issues.
Yep.
Yep.
Just do the prestidigitation.
Better hope a kid doesn't drop a candle.
You're also lightly flammable now.
I don't know if I
to-
could shape the water out of it.
let me see the limits of
Water is the
prestidigitation.
opposite of oil. They
I
don't
know,
mix.
but I was like, it's a liquid.
But maybe
Oh.
you could shape water to have the water soak into the wood so that the oil moves to the surface, and then you could use the water like a bowl to
I'm
trap the
going to
oil.
use prestidigitation to instantly clean an object no longer than 1 cubic foot. And I'm going to do that for the pint, I think he said it was.
Yes, the various magical means at your disposal makes the cleanup on aisle 4 expedient.
Ugh,
I don't have magic to do things. I have to do other stuff.
do
Yep.
better.
Your magic boy is gone.
My stuff breaks things now.
Anyways,
It's harmless before.
and that ends what I'm doing, at least.
Caleb is on. Come on, let's sit down and eat. Food's gonna get cold.
All right, I'll go sit down and eat with Arthur.
This isn't any of the chickens that were fighting today, were it?
I mean, if they were, I can't really tell.
Can't really talk to him now unless you can speak with the dead.
And I can't do that. Wait, people can speak with the dead?
Yes,
Why?
Figure out who
it's
killed
more.
them.
Yeah, that's mainly the reason, to find out what happened in the moments up to their death.
So when you bring them back to talk, is it like how Red is? Like, where they're like...
It's not
No,
what it is
you-
normally.
You generally get a certain amount of questions to ask them to find out certain information.
Oh, so you don't want me talking to a dead person.
No.
I'll remember that whenever you figure out
Yeah.
how to use that spell.
And like Lady Sabile is an adherent of Morgren, who is a goddess of death and secrets taken to the grave.
Let's take them
So
away from
her
the
speak with dead functions just a little bit differently.
Oh, so she could ask as many questions as she wants to, huh?
Well, it also means that she has the power to, with certain sacrifices, obtain knowledge from beyond the grave.
Even knowledge that they would otherwise keep secret.
Did
Yep.
you see where I left my keys?
Hmm.
Nobody knows where that is.
God.
Yep.
Damn, we could have asked Red some questions about this stuff before we brought him back, huh?
Yes,
You know, there's
but the
clerics
thing is,
that could like provoke the truth out of people.
I'm just saying, we could have been like, who your daddy? Who your mama? Where you from? What did you do? Because there were a lot of things that he does not really tell us about.
We took
He's-
him to the grave. Now he has no excuse.
So now he has to tell us the truth because he's already died. He was like, I'm going to keep these secrets till I die. Well, congrats. You've done that. Check that off the list. We can move on.
It's a prerequisite.
Hey, but like, are you guys concerned a little bit, though? About the whole, like, dragged behind a horse carriage through shards of glass? Like, do we think Red's going to be the same Red that we had before?
I've read plenty of stories and heard the stories of resurrection, but they weren't that kind. So that's a bit of the extreme. I don't know how mentally tough Fulred was. I
So this
imagine
is
he was
where-
in constant. He said he's like in constant pain anyway from his curse. So it's just like a hyped up version of it, perhaps. So maybe he's just kind of okay,
So what you're saying
only
is I
time will tell.
or he's more
shouldn't
focused.
I shouldn't sleep in the same room as Red until we figure out if he's like not going to kill me and assassinate me like he's been doing all these other people.
That was already a bit of a stretch beforehand.
Yeah, but
Don't
at
know
least
why
I
you
knew who
kept
he
fucking
was and just
volunteering for that.
well, because nobody else would do it. And I told Brett that I would help him find his potion. So I feel like I had to be a little responsible for Brett, even though he's more responsible than I am. Anyway, I still need to help him find that potion.
Well, I got two things I want to do. One, find the bitch who killed him. Two, find out who fucked him over. And like the whole curse
3,
thing.
get him a potion to fix his curse.
Oh yeah, I assumed something like that would happen eventually. I'll focus on the first two. Someone else focus on that one.
You work with other people on that first one because you kind of let that one go. So we're gonna have to do it all together.
Is there a way to cancel out like arcane shields with like hitting it really hard?
Not with hitting it really hard, but Caleb said that if he could have saw or he could have like stopped whatever was going on. So I don't know, Caleb, what is that?
It's called counterspell. The problem is that I was not able to see since the entire area was in pitch black.
What if there a way that I can stop him?
There is ways that you can attack magic casters in certain capacities. I don't know if it will stop them from casting it, but I do know there are ways that fighters or melee combatants such as yourself, as soon as they see a spell being cast within their vicinity, are able to attack them and inflict a lot of damage to them. I don't know if that's something you want to go with. I can definitely look into it and see if I can find somebody to help you learn that if you want.
I will also look into it.
Caleb, do I have any ways of stopping people with magic?
The same way that I was talking to is all about.
Killing them.
Have you heard of the jejunum?
What?
It's a part of the lower intestines. If you hit it really hard, it induces vomiting.
What is with you and like cocks and balls?
The lower intestines is not cock and balls.
Where is it then?
It's like above. It's above those, but below the upper intestines. That sweet spot that induces vomiting. I can only imagine it's pretty hard to cast spells if you're hurling the entire time.
Yeah.
Is it?
If there's ways that you can silence whoever
Caleb,
you're
let me
attacking,
punch you really hard and you try to cast a spell.
don't you dare.
The jejunums are either.
But if there's a way that you can silence the individual, there's ways that you can.
Break their teeth.
But even then, there are some ways to get around that if you have certain capabilities, such as sorcerers have. But
Not a sorcerer.
yeah. Well, no, I was talking about stopping from. A sorcerer is able to cast spells while they are silenced with certain meta magic abilities. But I don't believe there's a way that you yourself are able to silence an individual. We can look into it. There might be items that you can use that we can find to try and prevent an individual from escaping your grasp. I don't know if there is one, but we can definitely look for one.
Oh, I was just curious if you could. If I can't, that's fine. It's not a big deal.
The more the merrier, especially when we're facing one as strong as we just did.
Hey, Caleb,
Yes.
you also said something about a spell earlier when you were talking to Sybil. What was that spell again?
You mean wither and bloom?
Yeah.
Yes, it's a spell that I read about. Um, it is an area spell that deals damage as well as gives allies that I choose the ability to heal. So it is a healing spell that I can gain and use to try and keep people alive,
Hmm.
as well as deal damage to opponents.
Yeah, that's strange. I feel like that sounds familiar. Like something that my mom used to always talk about.
Sounds like a plan.
Well, yeah, but she would always tell me, like, she would walk up and say, whenever your friends are in doom or impending doom, remember you have the choice to wither or bloom. And so I don't know if is that something that I would be able to do?
Yes, I believe it is also a druid spell.
Hmm. So if I learn how to do it, do you need Sybil to teach you, or is that something that I could teach you?
I've already learned the spell. She
Oh,
taught it to me.
wow, she taught that quick.
Well,
You
she
do your
showed me
thing.
this.
You
Yeah,
do
she
the
showed
scroll
me the
thing.
spell in the spell book,
Yeah,
and she let me copy it.
cool.
My
All right.
aunt
But
always used to say, whenever you're in trouble, blame your brother.
Do you have siblings?
Yeah,
How
how
many?
many?
4.
What are their names?
I'm so interested suddenly in my family's names.
Well, because you obviously passed down Izal. I don't know if all the guys have the same name that they get passed down either. Like, are they all like Jonathan the fourth, Jonathan the third, Jonathan the second, Jonathan?
No, that'd be weird. Jonathan's a dumb name.
I mean, like, okay, fine. What are their names?
I have an older sister named Arda.
Artha?
Arda. Arda.
Arda. Okay.
I got older. Well, I'm technically the youngest, so they're all older.
Okay.
And I have a brother named Daxon.
Jackson. Like, how do you? I don't know how to spell it. But you can spell it, and I can recognize the letters. But I don't know. I'm not gonna be able to spell it for you.
Several others in a row.
Okay.
Daxen. Daxen.
Not okay. Daxen, not Daxae.
No, I hesitated in there.
Sounds like that might be like a spelling that God would put out there for no reason.
I am God.
Okay, so
I have
Arda,
another sister, Danala.
Danala.
Danela. The E is pronounced weird for that one. And then they ran out of ideas. They went with my younger, older brother's name is Elder. They didn't get very creative with that one.
Elder.
Yeah, they took their dad's name and they took the K off of it, and he's not even the oldest one.
All right. Arthur's gonna pull out a pen and parchment, and is gonna go like, okay, Arda, A, R,
And then Izal is Izal.
D,
what is all?
What?
A. Dax,
So that name is passed down per generation, correct?
If there's one worthy of it, yeah.
X,
What's your original name?
E,
That's
N.
none of your business. I don't go
Dax.
by it.
You said elder, right?
Elder.
Elder. E.
You spell loud.
I have to remember what the letter is.
Let's just go by Izal and just not worry about the other name.
Wait, Izal's not your real name?
No. I thought
It's
this.
the name that's passed down.
We brought this up.
Or
No,
It's
I know
the
that, but
title.
like, it's like, I mean, we've been calling her Izal the whole time. Like, that's all I know Izal by. What is your actual name?
Go with Izal is my name.
You just said Izal is not your actual name.
Izal is the name that I was passed down and I have that now.
Oh, great. What was your name before it was passed down?
Doesn't matter.
Can we kill Izal and then just have Sybil do the whole speak with dead thing and then get the information?
Technically, no, because you would have to kill Izal, and I don't think you could do that.
I can kill Izal in her sleep. In her sleep, I can
Bigger
kill Izal.
bugbears than you have tried.
Not in the sleep. I'm telling you, it'll be possible. There's a chance.
I'm going to attempt something because fuck it, why not?
Somebody's on the truth.
I'm going to cast Detect Thoughts,
Oh, okay.
and then I'm going to impose.
What are the gestures for detect thoughts? Is that verbal and
second.
semantic?
Probably, I mean, no star.
Yes.
So you went waving at me like, "You gotta knock it off, wizard boy, if I break your hands."
Izal, what's your actual name?
Izal is my name. I'm gonna hurt Caleb. If he doesn't
Why are you gonna
knock
hurt
it
Caleb?
off.
Wait, what is Caleb doing?
He's doing
What is
magic
he-
shit.
Oh, Caleb always does magic shit.
Yeah, and I do hitting shit.
Yeah. On other things and other people.
So I casted Detect Thoughts.
I was just talking enough for you not to hit Caleb.
So he distracted me. He's like, "Oh fuck, what are you doing?"
And I'm going to get the initial. In the initial thoughts, does Izal say her name?
I'm just angry at you, so probably not in there. This
I
is
asked you.
this isn't
What
a
is your name?
surface level secret. This is something that's not surface level.
You gonna get your name is all. It's gonna happen.
But when I do go into your thoughts, I'm going to automatically make you pass it so you feel it. Feel as though I'm trying, but I'm not actually going to. So you feel it. So
Izal
you're-
doesn't know that.
yes.
So you press it in, you jerk.
Yes.
What save is that? I want to see if I'll pass it anyway.
Wisdom 14.
Wisdom.
Wisdom.
Because Caleb knows that is intruding, but I want
Yeah,
to fuck with her.
17.
Well, whether you succeed or fail, Izal is going to know that you're intruding.
Yes. But Caleb wasn't going to do it in the first place. But Izal wouldn't know that.
So did you get Izal's name? Like real name?
I get up and
No.
Wait, Izal! Wait, hold on.
Not have this
Come back.
conversation.
We didn't have a conversation. You shut us down. There's no conversation.
No
Come back.
conversation. I leave.
Come food.
Arthur, let it go.
Why? Izal literally
Arthur?
threw a javelin of mayonnaise into the window, and you're like, let it go?
Arthur,
Yes.
what are the surface thoughts that Caleb is hearing going through Arthur's mind right now?
This bitch better tell us their first name. Why the hell you gonna not give anybody your first name? What do you mean it's Izal? Ooh, Lady Sybil though. She's probably got that dominatrix outfit on under that robe, huh? I wonder where she's at. That would be kind of cool to go see. But I feel like if I go in there and I try to sneak in there right now, Caleb would get very pissed and Lady Sybil will just kill me. But honestly, there are worse ways to die. Like, I could die any other way, but Lady Sybil could really just squish me between her thighs. That would be kind of cool. I don't know if that would actually happen. She wouldn't. She's a little too delicate for that. No, she's not delicate. She's like, well, she is delicate. She's delicate like a rose, but she got a lot of thorns on her. Because you know, she'd be like, got a thorn whip. That'd be kind of cool. You know what? This magic
See,
is kind
you
of
see
cool.
Caleb in the corner like, oh my god.
You thought he talked fast when he was talking.
And Caleb, a voice kind of creeps into the back again. Oh dear God, Caleb, make it stop, please.
I forgot that I could, and I shut it out.
This magic thing is kind of cool.
Yeah, Malor's like, oh, I honestly didn't think that would affect me.
Oh,
Is
Oh
it
no!
worse than Gorbeck?
Wait, what are you talking about?
Just got in your head in the worst kind of ways.
Wait, you were in my head? I thought you were only trying to get into Zol's head.
It's a general thought.
See, I
Like
don't know.
bubble.
I don't understand this stuff that you do, Caleb. So if you're gonna do that, wait, how come I didn't get to make a save?
You didn't get to make a save because you only make the save if he's attempting to probe deeper.
Probe into certain
But
thoughts.
he can automatically hear surface level thoughts.
Yeah, that was a little sneaky. You little rude ass. You got exactly what you deserve.
Yeah,
My head thinking and all that stuff.
I ain't doing that again. From now
Good.
on, you're blocked from that.
I'm blocked?
Yes.
That's kind of mean too, though. Like, what if I don't want to be blocked? Maybe I want to participate every once in a while. You just have to let me know that you're trying to get into my head, so that way I can think appropriate things. If you
You got
don't,
some visuals and every. I'm not supposed to get visuals on surface level thoughts.
oh,
It was.
you saw what I thought of Lady Sybil, huh?
Yeah.
It's not bad though. It's not a bad view.
You're not wrong.
Ah!
still.
See, I do it. But yes, like still, she would kill me. She would definitely destroy me.
Those styles would definitely kill you.
You got to the good part.
The raunchy part.
Well, cool.
Train of thought derailed.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and eat this fruit dessert, and then I'm probably just gonna go ahead and go to
We
bed.
did that in the middle of the dining room.
Yes!
Yeah, we never said we were getting up to leave.
You asked me a question, and so
Yeah.
I answered it.
Over dinner. Yeah.
That's
It
fair.
seemed like a regular conversation, and somebody...
What's your name? You know it's gonna come
Girl.
up a lot now. I'm just letting you know. I'm gonna ask your name a lot. He's
Anyways, that's the end of my derailment.
Yeah, I ate my little fruit dessert and left.
like a fruit cup.
It's a
Anything
pomfret.
else you guys wanted to do this evening?
No.
No.
So, you guys depart, heading back to the dormitories. Kind of rustle up the fire just a little bit more, warm the place up. And Volred is still sleeping, his breath not so haggard, and a lot of the wounds on his bodies are starting to look much better. But any other final things you guys want to do before you go to bed?
I won't do anything else.
I will probably use my spell slots to heal Red more. Because he looks like he's still got wounds and stuff. So, at the end of the night before I lay down, I'll use Cure Wounds on him.
So, you guys head to bed and enjoy the relatively comfortable chambers here at the top of the boys' dormitory of the Whispering Towers. And we're going to call it there for this evening. Ran just a little bit long, but hey, awesome.
Going longer with listening.
So, yeah. And so that is it for chapter 44. Be sure to join us next week, 7 p.m. Central, for chapter 45. Also, 8 p.m. Thursday, Jason with Jace. I don't know who's on this week, but
I think it's either Volred or Kilmo, because the next two on the list, I don't know which one with it.
I think
I think it's Kilmo.
probably Kilmo. Volred will have more stuff to talk about next week, I think.
How do you like last week? Fuck you.
Yeah.
So,
Eating mayonnaise. What the hell's wrong with you?
but
A lot of things.
You need to pick it up off the ground.
that is it. So, thank you guys so much for coming. Next week, remember, bring a friend.
Happy
It's
1 year,
always-
guys.
We made it a year. Well, the three of us made it a
Half of
year.
us made it a year.
Yeah, the three guys who were part of the last campaign made it a year.
We got one more
That's
coming.
rough.
We got
It's
one
the
more.
new guys that got to shape up.
One more. This time next year, we'll be level 12.
Hey, that'd be great.
When we all have new characters. Good
Yeah,
night,
but you guys are
everyone.
level 6 right now.
Good night.
Bye.